Welcome back to the live show. It is currently 11:32 p.m. and today's date is the 4th of October 2024. Yes, y'all. I am back. You know what time it is. Double tap your screen, subscribe to the channel. I am back. As you see the background, I am back to base. All right, God is good. I'm thankful. Uh Back home, we got power now, but no internet. I am currently using my phone's internet, so it might be a little laggy or not that smooth today, but the show got to go on. All right. The title for today is The Hero We Never Knew We Needed. All right. Title of the live show today is The Hero We Never Knew We Needed. And what do I mean by that? Most people are complaining that the last 3.5 years and the former president between 2016 to 2020, that administration, they saw the best prices they've ever seen. They had more money saved in their bank account. The businesses were booming. And now it's not the same. However, I still have to give credit to the current administration when it comes to the stock market, especially the 401k. It's doing good. And that's what people always say. Well, the stock market is doing good. The 401k is doing good. What do you mean by, the economy ain't doing great? But as we all know, the gas prices, the grocery prices is not the same as the stock market. Shout out to Michael Lakota. Shout out to Ellie. You know what time it is. Thank you so much for tuning in. All right, so you decide, man. You decide. You have the power in your hands. Make sure you register to vote. Make sure you vote. And whoever you're voting for, make sure you vote for performance. Make sure you vote for policies instead of voting for feelings and emotions. All right, let's get straight to the live show today. The legend, the OG, the OG held a campaign today, a town hall in Fayetteville, North Carolina. Let's listen in. Let me see if I could put my phone somewhere that the internet is going to be better.
Right? So here's what we do. We get elected. I'm doing it. I'm doing it. And we're leading in all the polls. We should get elected. But remember this, they cheat like hell. We got too big to rig. We need too big to rig. So I just appreciate being here. You know, we did win 2 world wars from Fort Bragg. Right? Hello, everybody. How are you? Hi, darling. Hi. How are you? Thank you very much, everybody. This is an honor. And, you know, I walked in, the first question that I asked, should we change the name from Fort Liberty back to Fort Bragg? First question. Right? So here's what we do. We get elected. I'm doing it. I'm doing it. And we're leading in all the polls. We should get elected. But remember this, they cheat like hell. We got too big to rig. We need too big to rig. So I just appreciate being here. You know, we did win 2 world wars from Fort Bragg. Right? So this is no time, look at that big guy. This is no time to be changing names, but we're going to do that. We're going to do everything we can. We're going to get it back. We're going to bring our country back. We're going to bring our country back. Thank you, everybody. Let's have a little fun. Right? Okay? Good.
Mr. President, I don't think you're going to have a problem with North Carolina. I think they love you here.
I love that. And you know, Kamala should be here. She shouldn't be anywhere else. And they're missing $1 billion that they gave to migrants coming into our country. Some of them are murderers. Some of them are drug dealers. Some of them, many of them, 13,099 murderers came into our country during their 3.5. And we're missing $1 billion they gave them to the migrants that came in, and now we don't have the money. We'll do it, but they don't have the money to take care of. That's why they're giving you lousy treatment in North Carolina in particular, and we don't like that, so we're going to let it be known, and they have to get a lot better because people are not happy.
Well, you're absolutely right, Mr. President, and before we start with that town hall, I actually wanted to mention that one of your friends here is Silk. Silk, are you here? Where are you at?
I'll tell you, she is my friend, too. And she is my friend. She is my friend.
Oh, wow. Hey, North Carolina. Real quick now, I want y'all to listen up. I'm a little ticked off. I just want you to know I'm a little ticked off, and I'm going to tell you why. $750. Where American tax dollars is being used to fund illegal aliens into our country. And these illegal aliens didn't pay one dime or one red cent into our systems. And all Kamala Harris and Tampon Timmy want to give us $750? Listen, you all, we only have one choice. One choice. And that's President Donald J. Trump. We cannot afford another 4 years of this, so you're going to have to vote like your life depends on it. Like when you're taking your breath and it's your last breath and you need that vote in order to breathe, that's what you're going to have to do. So you're going to have to, I'm almost finished, Mr. President. So what you're going to have to do, you're going to have to overvote the cheat. You're going to have to outrun the runway. And we're going to have to make it too big to rig. Woo! Now I can feel Diamond rising up in me. Because you have to vote right so you won't get left again. Vote red. R-E-D. Remove every Democrat. They gotta go. They gotta go. Now, while the media continue to play the race card, we gonna continue to play the Trump card so we can win. Win and win.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you. So, you know, it was
could.
9 years ago, and my beautiful wife, our First Lady, we love our First Lady. Did you see her interview on Sean Hannity and with Ainsley in the morning? She did great, but 9 years ago, she came to me. She said, you know, there are two women, and they are really incredible. I said, who the hell are they? They said, you got to see this. You're not going to believe it. They had a thing, and we fell in love like almost immediately.
Yes.
And her sister was just unbelievable, too.
Yes.
And she passed years ago now. It's a long time ago, it seems. It goes fast, right? But what a great combination. We love you both. They were loyal to me from day one. When they heard stuff, they said, that's a lot of crap.
Day one.
They were with me from day one.
Day one.
And that Trump sign gets bigger and bigger. I said, that's so nice, I want to buy one for myself. But
Don't you worry, Mr. President, I'm going to give you one.
I don't worry.
That's
But
right,
you know
baby.
what?
Yes.
You know what? We appreciate your loyalty, your friendship.
Thank you.
And I saw Silk backstage. I said, I'm bringing you upstage. I'm going to bring you upstage. And we miss your great sister.
Yes.
And we love you. And thank you very
I love
much.
You so
thank
much
you.
more.
Thank you. Great.
All right, Mr. President, are you ready?
Yeah, I'm going to be very careful with these things.
Yeah, it's a little bit.
Exactly.
All right, Mr. President, our first question comes from Allie. She was one of the residents here in North Carolina that was directly impacted by the hurricane, and it destroyed her community. Allie, where are you at?
Hi.
Good evening, President Trump. My name is Allie, and I'm from the foothills of North Carolina, decimated. Thank you, President Trump, for visiting the disaster sites to bring attention and donating millions in relief.
Thank you, Alex.
This week, we have learned that not only did 13,000 murderers illegally cross our border, but FEMA is out of money because they have been providing $9,000 to every illegal. Enough is enough. We must put Americans first. How soon will you start deporting the murderers?
So let me just tell you that you're right about that. It's 13,099 to be exact. And murderers, many of these people murdered more than one person. One did 7. These are not people we want in our country. So this was, I guess, released by somebody that loves us, maybe in Border Patrol. We don't know exactly where the numbers, but these are certified numbers. And you had 16,000 drug traffickers. You had numbers that nobody's ever seen, 645,000 criminals overall. They're in our country. Nobody has any idea. They're from places unknown. Nobody knows who they are, what they are, but we know that we have over 600,000 people released into our country, along with the ones that you were talking about, the 21,000. But of them, 13,000, more than 13,000 are murderers. And some were on schedule to die. They were scheduled for the death penalty. And we have them now nicely ensconced in our country. I'll tell you what. We have the worst president and the worst vice president in the history of America. They are horrible. They are horrible. That could happen, and just the concept of open borders doesn't make sense. You know, we built 500 miles of wall more, and we're going to add another 200, much more than I said I was going to do. And that's why we had the best numbers ever. Oh, the chart. So you know the chart. My favorite chart, Allie. My favorite piece of paper, my favorite chart, but we had a chart. Do you have something up here that could show? Oh, I love that. I love that chart. Oh, I love that chart. If I didn't look to the right, I wouldn't be going to Butler tomorrow. You know, we're going to Butler tomorrow. If I didn't look over. So, no, but that, if you look at the chart, at the arrow on the bottom, that shows the lowest number in the history of our country. That was the day I left office. And these clowns took over. And what they've done to our country, between that and so many other things, what they've done to our country. But, you know, I view inflation was the worst we've ever had, I think. They say, oh, it was only in 48 years. Somebody, one of the fake news back there, they corrected me one time. They said, no, 48 years. Oh, okay. But it wasn't. I believe it was the worst that we've ever had. And that's been one of the big problems. But to me, And I know that you talk about the bad economy, you talk about all of the costs, and the costs are so bad. To me, the worst is the border, because it's like what they're doing is they're destroying our country. And it's not easy. We're going to get them out. We're going to have the largest deportation in history. I'm not proud to say that either, but it's a tough thing to do. And we're going to get, Anna, we're going to get the criminals out. We're going to start with the worst of them, and we're going to get them out. And you know who's going to help us? Local law enforcement. Local law enforcement. They're going to be great. They know their names. They know their serial numbers. We're going to get them out. And, you know, very simply, we have a little thing called MAGA. Everybody here knows MAGA. It's called Make America Great Again. That's what we're going to do. We're going to make America great again. Thank you, darling. Really good question. Thank you.
You know, Mr. President, to your credit, too, I think that's largely why you've actually outpaced every other candidate for president with the support from the Hispanic American community, because it's not just erasing. We all want border security. So thank you, Mr. President.
It's an incredible community that I don't know, it's just very energetic. You know that, right? It's energetic. And they're very entrepreneurial, and they love our country. And we've gotten record numbers with the Hispanic community. And I don't know, it just works. It just works, so I appreciate it very much. Thank you, darling, very much.
Thank you, guys. All right, Mr. President, our next question is from John. He was a Green Beret captain who was actually kicked out of the military. I think he's going to share his story with you. 1 second.
Hi. Good-looking guy.
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. President. I'm John Frankman. I was a Special Forces Green Beret who was forced out of the military because of the COVID-19 vaccine mandate.
That's good stuff, right? That's good.
So the Biden-Harris DoD COVID-19 vaccine mandate was very damaging to the military. It forced thousands of service members out, and thousands do not want to join now. The Biden-Harris DoD has the lowest recruiting in modern history, and now they're pushing more woke training. So how do you plan to repair the military from the damage that was done and hold military leaders accountable?
So I want to have them come back into the military with pay. And, you know, they've been talking about that, but it never happened. They never did what they said they were going to do. There should have never been a mandate. That should have never happened. You should have been given choice, as we say. We want choice in education, and we want a choice there, too. And that should have never happened. And, you know, we've lost some of our best people in the military, too. Did you leave? Did you ever take the vaccine or anything?
I never did, sir.
So you want a choice, yeah. And would you go back in if they were able to?
As long as there's accountability, potentially.
Yeah, no, there would be accountability, is right. We'll fire their asses. But we don't want to lose this guy. We want to he's central casting. We want to get him back in. Yeah, we're going to take care of it. I hope you do come back, or I hope you do very well outside, to be honest. Wherever you are, I just want you to do well. But we're going to get a lot of people coming back. They should have never had the mandate. The mandate was a big mistake, and they treated people terribly, terribly. Okay? Thank you very much. Great. You look great. Thank you.
Yeah.
We lost a lot of great people. Also in other, in police forces. I mean, a lot of people were forced into doing things they didn't want to do. But I love that question. That's a great question. Thank you very much.
I also, too, if I could, Mr. President, I don't think I've told you this story yet, but actually we had some of our friends that had been deployed, and one of our friends actually was shot pretty badly and ended up going to Walter Reed. And to put it in perspective, there's a lot of politicians that will take photos with the military, but they don't care. But President Trump actually went privately, didn't ask for a photo opportunity, and he said thank you to our friend that had been shot in combat at Walter Reed. His heart's in it. He loves our community. And when I say that he has your back, he's going to make sure that they're accountable. He will.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And I'll tell you, we have a great military, we really do. But Walter Reed, you mentioned the name, and that hospital was unbelievable. The doctors are unbelievable. They had a lot of problems with getting there, getting to it, managerially, getting in to see. But we had the best doctors. They could do things that nobody else could do, and they got to see some really badly hurt people. And the level of talent at Walter Reed, it's just an incredible hospital. So we have to pay our due respects. You hear so much about government-owned or whatever. I don't think there's a better hospital in the world than Walter Reed. So
Shout out to Kathleen.
Yes, sir.
Kathleen Pierce. Shout out to you. Double tap your screen,
President,
subscribe
our next
to the channel.
question
Let's get
comes
it.
from an active duty service member here at Fort Bragg. They like it. Austin, where you at? Oh, front row.
That was good.
Good evening, Donald Trump.
Thank you.
President Trump. No, I'm I've never done this before. I'm an active duty soldier here at Fort Liberty, and I want to start off by saying I'm here in personal capacity.
You meant Fort Bragg, right?
Yes.
Fort Bragg.
It's all right, guys.
No.
Are you
Front row
not? You're
judge.
not a soldier now?
No, I am a soldier. I'm currently
Yeah,
active
you are.
duty.
Okay. Good.
But on a shit, that gives out. I'm here in my personal capacity, not speaking on behalf of the Army or DoD in any way.
Right.
This week we saw the missiles flying into Israel from Iran and how impressive the Iron Dome is in protecting Israel. What are your thoughts on the Iron Dome for America?
I love it. I mean, I love it. How can you not? I love it. We're going to have it. One of the things I say, we're going to have an Iron Dome. Why shouldn't we have an Iron Dome? And you see how effective. So the other day, 287 big missiles, ballistic missiles, were shot into Israel. Every single one of them was taken down. Well, why shouldn't we have that? And it's all going to be made in the United States. You know, it was our technology. It's all going to be made in the U.S., and a lot of it's going to be made in a place called North Carolina, if you don't mind, okay? And I think I just learned the secret. Look, we're going to win. I believe you got to get out there, you got to vote and all that. But I think I just learned the secret to winning absolutely and by massive margins. I'm going to promise to you, as I said at the beginning, that we're going to change the name back to Fort Bragg, because I think when that word gets out, I just see this great-looking soldier just accidentally said Fort Liberty, and he got almost booed the hell out of the place. That was not good. Anyway, I believe it's absolutely something that we want to have for safety, and we're a target for a lot of different places. I listened to Biden yesterday. You know, since I went under the wing, you know, I used to go under the wing of the aircraft. Nobody ever did that before. I did. All of a sudden, Biden started, but he only takes like a half a question. Usually can't answer it. But they asked him, "What do you think about Iran? Would you hit Iran?" And he goes, "As long as they don't hit the nuclear stuff." That's the thing you want to hit, right? I said, I think he's got that one wrong. Isn't that what you're supposed to hit? I mean, it's the biggest risk we have. Nuclear weapons, the power of nuclear weapons, the power of weaponry. You know, I rebuilt the entire military, jets, everything. I built it, including nuclear, and I hated to build the nuclear, but I got to know firsthand the power of that stuff, and I'll tell you what, we have to be totally prepared. We have to be absolutely prepared. But when they asked him that question, the answer should have been, hit the nuclear first and worry about the rest later. And that's where they should. That's what if they're going to do it. If they're going to do it, they're going to do it. But we'll find out whatever their plans are. But great question. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you,
Appreciate
Austin. Mr. President, I don't think you get enough credit for what you did with the Abraham Accords. I mean, that really was historical.
I agree. I agree.
But realistically, because of the failed foreign policy out of this current administration, we are on the verge of World War III. When you get back in office, what are you going to do to change it?
So a lot of things are happening very fast, and, you know, we could end up in World War III before we get there. The way it's going right now, look at Russia with Ukraine. That's a disaster. Look at the Middle East. It's exploding all over the place. And we have people that, look, we have a president that he spends most of his time on the beach sleeping. I never saw a guy could sleep in front of a camera. Does anybody think of it? I don't sleep that much. I toss and turn. I think. I'm always thinking. Do you ever do that? You're sweating and you're thinking and you're trying to figure out how to beat this one, that. Look, how to make our country great. But I toss and I turn. This guy just falls asleep on the beach like there's nothing to it. I wish I had that ability. That's one ability he has that I do not have. And I wouldn't mind having it. I could use a little extra sleep. But we are going to do things with our country. We just have to be respected again. You know, Viktor Orban, he's, you know, the fake news, a lot of fake news back there, by the way. But the fake news. The fake news, they call him a strong man. He's the head of Hungary. And we have, and he's, a very strong guy, very tough guy. But, I mean, more than anything else, a very smart guy. And they said, why is the world blowing up? You have the Middle East is blowing up. You have Russia, Ukraine. That could lead to catastrophe. You talk about nuclear weapons. That could be a total catastrophe. Why is it? He said, if you put Trump back in the White House, it's all going to end. You're going to have peace. We had 4 years. We didn't have any wars. We didn't have any terrorism. We didn't have anything. And I won't tell you exactly what he said. Maybe I will. He said because they were afraid of Trump. I don't want to be the one saying that, but they were probably afraid of me because they think I was crazy. And that's a good thing to think, right, soldier? That's a good, they said, this guy is crazy. But no, he said that you put Trump back in the White House, you're not going to have all of that stuff is going to heal. October 7th would have never happened. The attack on Israel would have never happened. Remember, Iran was broke. They weren't giving money to Hezbollah. They weren't giving money to anybody, any of these, they call them delegates of terror, a lot of different names, but it's always of terror. And there was no money for Hamas. And now you look, because you were such a big part of it, we had no attacks, we had no terrorism, we had no nothing. For 4 years and I wanted to talk about it during the 4 years, but that's never smart, right, Robert? That's never smart to do. So I didn't, but I talk about it a lot now. We had no attacks, we had none of this stuff going on. We defeated ISIS, by the way. We took ISIS, we defeated them in 4 weeks. It was supposed to take 5 years. I rebuilt the military, and we had a military, and we have great generals, not the television guys, by the way, the real generals. I'm talking about like Raisin Cane, General Raisin Cane. You know who that is? But we defeated ISIS quickly. It was supposed to take 5 years. We did it in 4 weeks. We have a great military, and we have a military that's not woke. You may have a few people on the top that are woke, and we're going to get rid of them so damn fast your head's going to split.
Yeah, he's not kidding. I mean, we've traveled around the world just on Codels, and every single world leader that we met with said that they needed you back because you'd be tough on China. They know that other people won't be tough on China, but you'll be tough on China.
Well, even China likes us back. China wants to see a little stability, too. But I charged China hundreds of billions of dollars in taxes and tariffs, and they paid it. And frankly, we had a good relationship with President Xi, but they paid hundreds of billions of dollars. No other president got them to pay 10 cents. Not literally, not 10 cents. Got hundreds of billions of dollars. And you know what? More importantly, they respected your country. They don't respect us anymore. They respected your country, and they'll respect us again.
Amen, sir. Peace through strength. Our next question is from Sarah. Sarah is a VA advocate. Sarah, where are you at? Oh, perfect.
Hi, Sarah.
You're good? We're working now? As you know, you talked about Walter Reed, sir, and I'll just say my husband is one of the most catastrophically wounded surviving service members, and you visited with him there many times.
Wow.
And this past July, you saw him in Charlotte. Yes, sir.
Is he here? No?
Not tonight, but you just saw him this summer, so he was so happy to see you this summer.
Great.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. But I want to talk about all the advancements you made for community care, and you empowered veterans to choose their own providers. And Secretary Working. And I was so proud to stand with you many times in the White House as you signed historic legislation and executive orders to take care of our military and veteran families. We've watched that community care access where a veteran can choose his or her own provider. We've watched that be actively limited and actively rolled back. President Trump, how are you going to bring that back as a day one priority and give veterans the choice for the best medical care back again?
It's such a great question, and thank you. And what a good wife that is, and I'll bet your husband's great. You love your husband, right? You know, the people like you, what is your first name? Sarah. People like Sarah are so important to our country because they take care of people that are great heroes, real heroes, and they take care. And if they didn't take care, or the hospitals would be unable to do it. They just would be there. This right now. I mean, with all of the migrants have taken over our hospitals. They've taken over our schools. We don't have anything. But people like Sarah, the job they do is incredible, and they do it out of pure love. They don't do it for any other reason. They do it out of pure love. And we have to help them. We have to help them because the medical costs would be unaffordable by our nation. It would be totally unaffordable. And it was better before, and I heard it sliding. I spoke with Robert before, and who did, by the way, an incredible job. You did an incredible job. Stand up, please. And Sarah, thank you, Robert. You know, we had a 92% approval rating at the VA, 92%. Now it's down into the 40s. We had a thing called choice, where if you had to wait too long for a doctor, you know the story. If you had to wait too long, guys were waiting 4, 5, 6 months. They go in with a minor problem. They end up being terminally ill because they didn't take care of it. It could have been taken care of with a shot, with a pill, with a minor operation. They end up dying. And we changed it, and we had choice. We also had accountability, remember? Accountability. So on choice, they tried to get it for 52 years, accountability for 58 years. Accountability, you couldn't fire anybody in the VA. And I said, that's no good, because you had sadists in the VA, you had bad people in the, we had some bad people. And we fired about 9,000 people, and we replaced them with 9,000 good, loving people that love our heroes, right? That love our patriotic heroes. And that was a big thing. And I just said to Robert, how's it going nowadays? How is it going? And he said, they're getting rid of choice rapidly. Choice is when you can't see a doctor rapidly. You go outside, you find the doctor, you get yourself fixed up, and Sarah, we pay the bill. And it was a great thing. And he said it's rapidly not being used, not being allowed to be used. And, you know, I think it actually didn't cost. I think it was probably, in the end, we probably saved on it. But money isn't the big thing here. I think we saved money on it because people would get very, very sick. These are people that would wait 4, 5, 6 months to see a doctor. If you had to wait more than one day, you go out, you see a doctor. We had bills negotiated, fees negotiated. You know, we can't be totally crazy with this because the doctors are pretty good business people, I will tell you, right? But we had a lot of fees negotiated. But you go out, see a doctor, get yourself fixed up, and you have no problems. It was one of the best things we ever did. And now this group of lunatics that don't give a damn about the military, they're making you go through that waiting of 4, 5, 6 months again. And our people can't. We have great doctors, but they can't handle the loads. And we're going to go back. We get back in, we're going back to that, right? We're going back to it immediately. You're going to be in great shape, Sarah. You and your husband are going to be in great shape. And thank you very much. Incredible.
Thank you, Sarah. Mr. President, we actually have someone that, and before we ask his question, I wanted to read this to the crowd. He had actually written a letter to you after you'd been shot in Pennsylvania. Dear President Trump, watching you during the Butler rally and you getting back up, both my wife and I gave a sigh of relief as well as a few tears. I would be honored if you would accept this small token that I received as a young Marine in Vietnam. My wife and I both thought it appropriate. God bless you, your family, and the United States of America. Sincerely, Dwight. Dwight, where are you at?
Thank you.
Thank you for tuning in to the live show. You know what time it is. Double tap your screen, subscribe to the channel. I just want to say thank you to all the veterans watching the live stream. Also, thank you to all the essential workers watching the live stream. God bless you. Thank you for tuning in one more time. All right, let's keep listening to the legend, the OG, the 45th. Some people say he might be the 47th. Had a town hall in Fayetteville, North Carolina earlier today or yesterday because it's 12:06 a.m. today. Thank you. Let's get it.
Whoa. Looks like a check. It's a check. It's cash.
For those of you who may not know, Dwight had given President Trump his Purple Heart.
That's right. That's right.
I couldn't think anybody more deserving of a Purple Heart.
Thank you very much.
You took it, you laid down there, you got back up, and the first words out of your mouth was fight, fight, fight. You didn't even have anything to shoot back at. You got guts.
Yeah, hold that up right there. He doesn't do this, but he's better than anybody as far as I'm...
No, I'm hardly better than you on this thing. You're great at this, and I wanted to thank you. I know that most of you all watched the president on that day, and were very fearful that something terrible happened when he went down on the ground. But it was such a relief. Our hearts were so filled with joy because we saw what happened. And it was a minor wound, but it was close to being a terrible.
You know,
We were really.
I said, how does it, why was there so much blood to the doctor? Just bleeding like crazy. This is a little fact. Some of you might have heard this, but you get hit in the ear, and it bleeds more than any other part of the body. So I didn't mind being hit that way. I don't want to be hit that way. This way. This way. If I didn't make the turn, I would have been hit the other way. That's no good. That would not have been too good. But it is true, and I got very lucky, and maybe it wasn't so much luck. Maybe there's something else, right? Maybe there's something else up there. But that's great. Thank you.
You also took the time out to write me a beautiful letter and gave me a challenge coin. I never expected that from the President of the United States.
Well,
thank you very much.
This was a great honor, and I remember it very well when you gave it.
Yes, I will.
Really nice. Thank you.
I served as a Marine in Vietnam, proudly served as a Marine in Vietnam. And thank you very much. There were quite a few that did. And when I came back from the service and stuff like that, we didn't get quite the greatest greeting, but
No, you didn't.
a lot of the veterans nowadays are homeless. There's 7% were homeless before Biden and Harris took over. Now there's 14%. I would like to know what you're going to do to prevent this from getting any larger, and also kicking these illegal aliens out of the freaking hotels and providing them money before we do it to our homeless vets.
So interesting. So one of the things that most angers me about this is the 21 million people plus. You know, they say it's 10, it's 12, whether it is or not, it's much more than that. It's 21 million, and it's probably with the gotaways and everything a lot more than that. But one of the things that most angers me is that you have veterans on the streets in front of a hotel, and you have illegal immigrants. Some of them are serious killers and drug dealers and all the people that we talked about before, and terrorists. And those people are being walked into a hotel, and they're staying in a hotel, and they walk by veterans who are sleeping on the street. And it could be cold, it could be hot, and it bothers me. If we stop, if we close our walls, we're going to be able to handle it. They are spending so much money on taking care of the illegal migrants, now we call them. We used to call them illegal aliens. I call them whatever the hell I want to call them. So do you. But they're not supposed to be here. And we're going to close the wall. First day, we're going to do a couple of things. First day, we're going to drill, baby, drill, and we're going to close the wall. We're going to close it up. And we're going to have to take people out. We cannot have killers. Do we agree? Does anybody want to leave the murderers, the drug dealers in our country? Do you know one of the little facts that's very sad but makes sense, that all these things I predicted 3-4 years ago, I was saying this is going to happen, now it's happening. The migrant crime, it's a massive crime. But all of this that's happened, everybody, it's common sense that it was going to happen. And we're going to have to get them out because we have no choice. It's not sustainable by any country. We have done things that are so stupid. Like, as an example, I consider it to be less important, but it's very important still because it's a way of life. Men playing in women's sports, okay? Who wants that? And who wants open borders? Because open borders is so, you say, how does a thing like that happen? All of these policies we're going to be changing. And we have now somebody running as a radical left person, you know, more left by far than Pocahontas, more, you know who that is, more left by far than crazy Bernie Sanders. She's more left, and we can't have it. So we're going to take care of your people and your friends. You got a lot of friends out there that don't have a place, and we're going to do it, and we're going to do it faster. We're going to put money to it. First of all, we're standing on the greatest power. It's called liquid gold. We have more than any other country. We don't use it. We get oil and gas now from Venezuela. Do you believe it? We're going to take our own, and we're going to make a lot of money. So we're going to make a lot of money. We're going to take care of our veterans properly. We're not going to have that happen anymore, okay?
Thank you, Dwight.
Thank you. Beautiful guy. Beautiful guy. I think I'm going to stand. This chair is the most uncomfortable chair I've had. First of all, it spins. And the one thing I don't want is to fall on my ass, because that will be the only story. They'll say, sir, you did great.
One thing we all can agree upon is veterans deserve to be treated like heroes. You shouldn't have homeless veterans. You shouldn't have wounded veterans on the street looking forward to stay, regardless of what the situation is. Man, double tap your screen, subscribe to the double tap your screen, subscribe to the channel. Let's get it.
Too bad you fell. That would be the only story. So I'm not sitting in that sucker. I think it's a booby trap. That was put there by Kamala.
Well, that brings me to my next question. So you're talking on immigration and border security. So we all know that that's tied to national security. And the one thing that ticks me off is you have Kamala Harris, who runs on the fact that she's a minority woman. But yet she's done nothing about the 300,000 migrant children that have gone missing. Just real quick, how many parents are in this room? How many women are in this room that support Trump? As mothers, grandmothers, sisters, wives, would you ever tolerate children being trafficked? If you were in Kamala's position, wouldn't you have stopped that? President Trump, you've done more for not just the Hispanic American community, but I think women in this country, not just, I'm just going to toot his horn for a second. He's put women in positions of power, but the media won't cover that. They won't, because it doesn't fit their narrative. They want women to hate them, but guess what? We don't hate them, we love them, don't we?
But I don't do it. I don't do it really for a pure, really great reason. I just do it because I want results. And I just find women to be smarter than men. Does that make sense? Men, you don't mind I do that every once in a while. It's not bad. Thank you. Thank you.
Well, Mr. President, to follow up on that question, as a grandfather and a father, what are you going to do to stop the trafficking of women and children in this country, and specifically with the migrant children as well?
So we had it down to the lowest number. You saw that on the graph. That included drugs. It included trafficking in women, mostly women and children. But you mentioned a number. It's, to be exact, 325,000. Now think of that. You could fill up the biggest stadiums many times with this. 325,000 children are missing during the Biden reign. Now, let's say her, because they made her, and you know, it's funny, when you say Harris, right? Nobody knows who the hell I'm talking about. You say the Harris team, who nobody knows. So you have to say Kamala. So Kamala. But Kamala and Biden, 325,000 just during this almost 4-year reign. That's missing, but many of them are dead. Many of them are in sex slavery. Many of them are slavery, period, and they're gone, and never to be seen probably by their parents again, never to be seen. Their parents are all over the world looking. They're looking for them. And what we've done here is so horrible. 325. Can you imagine if that were me, where they were missing? This would be the biggest story. The fake news media never talks about it. You know what they're not talking about? And you know, Anna, you know what they're not talking about? They're not talking about something else that's very important. They are doing, this is Katrina, they are doing the worst job on a hurricane that any administration has ever done, and these people don't want to talk about it. They don't want to talk about it. People are saying it's the worst job, and you people know it. A lot of you people know it because you're here, but they've done the worst job. Kamala has done the worst job. And it's really like her, because she was put in charge. Now she said, I wasn't the border czar. They shouldn't call. Well, she was always the border czar. She never went to the border until a little while ago. And then she made a speech like, I'm going to start getting very tough. Why didn't she do it 4 years ago? You know, you could always say, why didn't And all she had to do is leave our policies. We had Brandon Judd. We had Tom Homan. You know Tom Homan? I see him a lot. He's great. Like Central Casting, he was great. All these people are great. We have great people there right now. But we have some tremendous people. And, you know, it's interesting with Border Patrol and ICE. It's really easier for them not to do their job, but they love the country. They really want to do the job. They're so disgusted when they have to let people, and you look at some people, you know they're criminals, and they have to let them go walking right by into our country. Now, we're going to straighten it out. It's going to be straightened out right. But 300, remember this number, 325,000 children are missing. That means many dead are missing during this administration. And that's almost unthinkable, and I can just imagine if that were us, it would be the worst story. They never talk about it. And the other story they don't talk about, and I'm doing this because we're on all that television, look at all that television. The other story they don't talk about is what a rotten job they're doing in North Carolina and other places with respect to the hurricane. They are doing a terrible job.
Mr. President, to follow up on that, because the media is here, I do believe that they've intentionally, and this is my opinion, not helped out those residents because it's red communities that are impacted. Let's call a spade a spade. Do your job and do better.
Anna, one thing. So Elon Musk, we all love Elon, you know, Elon. We have to take care of our brilliant people. We don't have too many of them, right? There aren't too many brilliant people. But I got a call, an emergency call 2 days ago to speak to Elon, and he endorsed me very strongly. He endorses me almost every day. He wants us to win so badly. But Elon is a brilliant guy between the Tesla and this, that, the rockets. But he also does something called,
Elon Musk.
the links, Starlinks. So he has Starlinks. Now, I'm not too familiar with it. All I know is it's really supposed to be great. So they call because in North Carolina and parts of North, and a little bit Georgia, but in parts of North Carolina, every line is down. There was no calls, no anything. Nobody could get through to anybody. And I got a call from a big person in North Carolina. Could you possibly call Elon Musk because we need help with Starlinks? Could we get Starlinks, you know, really? And I did, and he was great. And, you know, he did something that was, he had it ordered. I got a call during my phone call. They called me up, the people from North Carolina, and they said, thank you very much for helping us with Mr. Musk. I was talking to him. He wasn't off the phone. I said, do you have some kind of a thing that we're talking and you're ordering people? This was the craziest thing. No, this is, he's like, I'm talking. So, Elon, thank you very much. I appreciate it. I'll see you. He's going to Butler tomorrow. You know, Elon is going to Butler. But I asked him about Starlinks. Would you be able to get a certain section of Georgia? They're going to fly them in with helicopters and everything else. Would you be able? And as I'm talking to him, they're calling me on the other line, thanking me for getting it. So I got to ask him what the hell that was all about, right? He's probably got some little contraption that he's going like this as he's talking to him. He's incredible, that guy, I'll tell you. But he got a tremendous for Georgia and for North Carolina, the Starlinks. They got here's the one thing they have to do. They have to distribute it. They have to get it out there. He got it here, but they have to get it out there. They're not getting it out. That's FEMA. They've got to get it out. So important. But he's really done a great job, so we appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you for all you're doing continuously. Our next question is from Pete, who is a Marine Corps veteran, and his question is going to be covering the withdrawal of Afghanistan. Pete?
Mr. President, I am Pete from North Carolina, and also a Latino for Trump.
I knew I liked him.
And I proudly served in the United States Marine Corps, first as enlisted,
That's great.
then as an officer. Despite what the Vice President says, we sadly lost 13 under her watch. It sickens me, many of my fellow Marines, as well as my friend, Lieutenant Colonel Scheller. There has been zero accountability for the terrible withdrawal. What will you do to make sure we have accountability for what happened?
Okay, it's great. It's like I know more about that subject than any subject we spoke about because I think it was the most embarrassing moment in the history of our country. There was never anything. I don't think Putin would have gone in and invaded Ukraine if that didn't happen. He saw that. He said, hey, these people are stupid people. They're idiots. And, you know, they only respect power and force. When they saw that, by the way, if I were president, Putin would have never done it, period. And you would have never had the attack, and you wouldn't have had inflation, and you wouldn't have had the problem that we're talking about. Because, you know, I had it down to 5,000. I was getting out. They were there for 20 years. But a couple of things were done wrong. Number one, they should have kept the military base, right, Bagram? So you have a military base, one of the largest bases in the world. We left it. It's 1 hour, forget about Afghanistan, it's 1 hour away from where China makes its nuclear weapons, okay? You got to keep that, and they didn't. They fled, they left. We had, as you know, 18 months. I called up Abdul. Abdul is the head of the Taliban. That's the ones that do the shooting, okay? Not the Afghans. It's called the Taliban. And the press said, why would you call it? Because that's where the shooting is. And I called him up. We didn't have, it was nasty. We didn't have one soldier killed because they were killing a lot of our soldiers, the snipers, and a lot of them with the Obama-Biden administration before I got there, and a lot of them. And I called them up, had a rough call. And after that call, we didn't have one soldier killed for 18 months. We didn't have one soldier shot at for 18 months. And then we had a terrible election. We're not going to let that happen again. We can't ever let that happen again. We're not going to have what a shame that was. But we had an election, and these guys took over, and it all started up again. And what they did with that withdrawal was so bad. Number one, we lost 13 great soldiers. And as you know, I know the parents of a lot of them. But we lost the soldiers. We left $85 billion worth of equipment behind. We left Americans behind. Everything was wrong, and we embarrassed our country. I really mean, I think it was the most embarrassing. The one thing you do is you take the soldiers out last. Okay, they took the soldiers out first. A 5-year-old child would tell you that. The other thing you do is you fire every general that was involved in that case because those guys were incompetent. And you haven't heard the last of that, I promise you. You have not heard the last of it. What a terrible thing that was. Worst, one of the most embarrassing, me as a person that loves our country, that was the most embarrassing moment in the history of our country, in my opinion. Thank you. We're gonna take care of that. I gotta get back in.
Mr. President is such a good title for him, isn't it?
You do know she's a congresswoman, right? And a highly respected one. She's actually a killer with her husband and the most beautiful baby you've ever seen backstage. But she's a congresswoman from Florida, and I have to say she's a highly respected person.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you. Thank you. Mr. President, our next question is from Terry in regards to military pay, and Terry is from the 82nd Airborne.
Mr. President, thank you for being here. My name is Terry. I have had the honor of serving with the mighty 82nd Airborne. I'm also a proud member of the Lumbee tribe. The largest tribe in North Carolina. We have one of the highest percentage of military service in the nation, a higher percentage of the overall population. My question, sir, is about military pay. You provided the largest pay raise in history to our military. Unfortunately, we have seen inflation skyrocket, and more service members and veterans are on fixed incomes and are finding it hard to pay for basics like grocery. What will you commit to increase military pay and bring down prices?
Yeah, very good, Terry. I appreciate it, too. And it's very unfair. So I gave the largest pay raise in the history of the military, and I thought that was wonderful. But then when these clowns came in, these incompetent fools came in, they allowed inflation, and because of the energy policies, I think, mostly, but also because of their spending, but they allowed massive inflation. So your pay stayed here, and you were happy, and then all of a sudden the cost of bacon doubled, and the cost of everything else doubled and tripled and quadrupled. Interest rates went to 10%, so you could no longer, we were at 2%, and they went to 10%, so you could no longer buy a house. So many things happened. The answer is yes. I'm going to take care of you. I'm going to take care of our law enforcement. And you know who else I'm going to take care of? Our teachers. Our teachers are very underpaid. We're going to take care of our teachers. Okay? We're going to take care of, and I did it. I did it. I felt strongly. But, you know, the fact is that they got wiped out. What we gave you got wiped out by their inflation that they should have never had. That's another thing. You would have never had inflation because it was caused largely by really dumb energy. The energy went through the sky. That brought everything with it. So we're going to take care. But law enforcement also and your teachers, okay?
Thank you, Mr. President. We now have time for one last question. So our last question.
Make this a good one.
Our last one comes from Matthew. Matthew? He was an F-15 pilot. I won't hold that against you. Yeah?
Here, I got it. Mr. President, first off, I want to speak on behalf of everyone here and say thank you for taking time tonight to speak with our troops.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We got a lot of good-looking men in this audience, don't we, huh? And a lot of good-looking women also, by the way. Thank you very much. Okay, go ahead.
I'm going to revisit something you've talked about already. My name is Matt Lohmeyer. I was an Air Force F-15 pilot, and I was a commander in your newly created U.S. Space Force. I am also the first veteran of the Space Force because under the Biden-Harris regime, I was fired from my command and lost my pension for criticizing DEI trainings that were rampant in the military. Those trainings are still dividing our troops, and thank you for saying you would fire those few woke generals who are a big problem.
They're gone.
I'm going to suggest that it might, in fact, require ongoing oversight and a persistent, consistent, watchful eye within the Pentagon to ensure this monster never returns to the Defense Department. Will you consider establishing a special task force office or position to ensure that these monsters never return to the Defense Department?
You know what I'll do? And I'm pretty good at this stuff. Sometimes you get it wrong. I'm going to put you on that task force. I think it's good. Not going to do better than him. I'll put you on. Make sure you give the name. Thank you. Beautiful. Right? I have your approval?
Yes, sir.
I have your approval? We're not going to get better than him. You're right about it. You're right. 100%. Thank you.
I'm cut. Mr. President, that wraps it up for the evening. Do you have any closing statements to everyone?
Well, I just want to say that it was very important that I got to North Carolina. You know, Laura, my daughter-in-law, gave me the most beautiful grandchildren. But Laura's here. I don't know if she's right here or where is Laura. Would you come out here? She is absolutely the... Come on up here. Come on. She comes from right around here, and she loves this state. And you better be careful because I'm going to blame her if anything happens in this state.
That's true.
I said, I'm going to
but
blame
we're
her.
going to win North Carolina, are we not? I am from right down the street a little ways in Wilmington, North Carolina, where I was born and raised. And I know I don't even have to ask this audience this question, but are we ready to send Donald J. Trump back to 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue? All right, here's what I need from everybody. You might know that I am right now the co-chair of the RNC, thanks to my father-in-law calling me one evening. But here's how we are going to make it too big to rig. Here's how we're going to swamp the vote. Is everyone in here registered to vote? If you are not, go right now to swampthevoteusa.com and get registered. Go vote early and take every person you know to go vote early. We will win this big league, as Donald Trump says, on November 5th. All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you guys. I love you, North Carolina. Thank you.
I have to thank you because you gave me really a great daughter-in-law. She's really special. And she's, along with Michael, who's here, Michael Whatley, they're essentially the co-chairman of the Republican Party. This is a very upwardly mobile person. She's doing good. But you know the truth? She's so good. I'm very conscious of, like, nepotism. But when I did with her, I recommended, all I did was recommend, and everybody couldn't believe she was even doing it. She is really a person that's incredible. She's respected by everybody. They love her. She comes from here, and there is no place she likes better than North Carolina. So get out there and vote in honor of this wonderful person. Where's Michael? Will you get up here, Michael, please? Don't worry about the time. The networks will stay with us, right? Michael, would you say a few words? So Michael Whatley, I mean, I guess I like North Carolina because he was the head of the Republican Party. We won the state twice. And last time, when all of a sudden around 3:02 in the morning, we started to fall off on a lot of things, it was ridiculous. But with this state, there was no fall off. He had 602 lawyers working for him. And I said, who the hell is the guy that did such a good job in North Carolina? Because we were leading in Pennsylvania. We were leading all the way along. And these people will do it. They have no shame. And he did the job. And I said, I want to get him. And he's chairman of essentially the Republican Party. And I just want to say you're doing a great job. But I don't want to say it too early. Let's wait till November 6th. I want to wait till the morning after, right? Then I feel confident that we'll say it. But so Michael is from North Carolina. He was the head of your party, and he did a great job, and he went to the top. And please say a few words, Michael.
So to win North Carolina, we are going to get out the vote. We are going to protect the ballot. We are going to expand our majority in the House. We are going to flip the Senate, and we are going to send Donald J. Trump back to the White House as the 47th president of the United States.
Shout out to everybody watching the live show. You know what time it is. Double tap your screen and subscribe to the channel. All right. We just heard the 45th. Some people say he might be the 47th president of the United States. Had a town hall in Fayetteville, North Carolina. That was an epic town hall. The lady that did the job, she did a wonderful job. She knew what she was doing. She was articulate, and she definitely brought out the best in Trump. You know, is a likable person, and everybody in that hall definitely wanted to see him speak. So, right, like we all know, Vice President Kamala Harris campaigns at the battleground in Michigan today. Who wants to listen to the Vice President Kamala Harris speak at Michigan today? Also, guys, I am apologizing for my internet. We still don't have internet here. Like the home internet is not on because of the Hurricane Helen. We just got back today after staying at another city for 1 week with my family. So we got back today. We cleaned up the house. It was stinking because of the water on the floor. The fridge was gone. We had to clean everywhere. Now it's smelling fresh. Thank God. And we have power now. Everything is going good. But I'm still using my hotspot on my phone. So you guys, I apologize for any slow buffering or
Good evening, Michigan!
bro. My internet is just so slow. Shout out to Verizon.
Always good to be back in Michigan. Thank you all so very much. Thank you. Thank you so very much. And Merrick Price, thank you for your leadership of UAW 651 and all the work that you do. And I want to thank all the leaders who are here. We got thousands of leaders who are here, and I thank you. Including all our friends in labor, Sean Fain, April Barrett, all of the incredible elected leaders, starting with the Governor Whitmer, who is amazing, and is my friend, my dear friend, Mayor Neely, Senator Stabenow, Senator Peters, Representative Slotkin, who we will elect to the United States Senate. And did you all see Magic Johnson? Remember his number? 32. Today we got 32 days until the election. So 32 days. 32 days. Okay, we got some business to do. All right. 32 days. And we know we will do it. And this is going to be a very tight race until the very end. This is going to be a very tight race until the very end. We are the underdog, and we know we have some hard work ahead. But here's the thing about us. We like hard work. We like hard work. Hard work is good work. Hard work is good work. And with your help in November, we will win. We will win. We are not playing around. So listen, we know this election is about two very different visions for our nation. One focused on the past, and ours, which is focused on the future. We are fighting for a future where we tap into the ambitions and the aspirations of the American people and build what I call an opportunity economy, so every American has an opportunity to own a home, build wealth, start a business. And I'm going to speak about do we have small business owners in the house right now? Right? Okay, so on the economy, I'm just going to spend a minute on small businesses. Because let me tell you, so growing up, our mother often worked very long hours. And so my sister Maya and I, we would go over to Miss Shelton's house. Miss Shelton was from Louisiana, and we called her our second mother. And Miss Shelton was a small business owner. And so from being a child, I know who our small business owners are. They are community leaders, civic leaders. They mentor. They hire locally. They build up the community. They are part of the fabric of the community. And small business owners are the backbone of America's economy. So, in my plan to build an opportunity economy, one of the things I will do is raise the startup deduction from $5,000 to $50,000 to help entrepreneurs start their small business. You heard Eric talk about it. We need to build more housing in America. You know, my mother saved up for years to buy our first home. I was a teenager by the time she saved up enough to do that. And right now we know there's a serious housing shortage in our country, and it is part of what is driving up costs. So we will cut the red tape and work with the private sector to build 3 million new homes and provide first-time home buyers with a $25,000 down payment assistance so you can just literally get your foot in the door and you'll handle the rest. We need to lower the cost of living. Look, our economy is making good progress. Just this morning, we got a solid jobs report, right? Over 250,000 jobs created last month. Unemployment fell. And just a few weeks ago, the Federal Reserve cut interest rates, which helps. But there's still more we need to do. Prices for everyday things like groceries are still too high. You know it and I know it. And I have a plan on lowering costs on everything from healthcare to groceries, including taking on corporate price gouging. Because as Attorney General, I saw what happens where there are a few of them, not everybody, but those who take advantage of desperate people, in particular in the middle of an emergency, and there needs to be consequence. I will give a tax cut to 100 million Americans, including $6,000, extending and expanding the child tax credit. So during the first year of a child's life, young parents have the support they need to be able to buy a car seat.
Thank you for tuning into the live show. You know what time it is. Double tap your screen, subscribe to the channel. She's saying she will cut the red tape and pass those laws. And it's like, why don't you cut the red tape now? And the excuse is, well, she's not the president of the United States, so she cannot cut the red tapes. But she said that Joe Biden is the greatest president of our generation. Why doesn't she have those conversations with Joe Biden and say, you know what? Let's cut the red tapes. Let's give the $50,000 tax credit to the small businesses. Let's give the $6,000 to the $6,000 child credit. Right, let's pass it right now. Why is it when you vote for me, I am going to do it? Why? Why is it when you vote for me? So you are asking for a promotion from the vice president of the United States to be the president of the United States. And then you're not running based on performance. You're running based on what you can do when you do get the office. But what have you done as the vice president of the United States? What have you done? I don't know. I just don't know. If you know in the chat, please list her accomplishments in the chat so we can all discuss this accomplishments because I don't know anything she's actually accomplished as a vice president. Let me know in the chat because I could tell you, I could list out things that the 45th, the President Donald J. Trump, some people say he might be the 47th. I could list his accomplishments. Abrams Accord, funding HBCUs, opportunity zones, First Step Act. That's the prison reform. Safer borders. There was no new wars. You didn't think about Ukraine and Russia. You didn't think about Israel and Iran or the Palestinian people. You weren't thinking about all of this stuff. Low gas prices, affordable groceries, mortgage rate. What was the mortgage rate in 2019? It was like 2.78 or 2.89%. Now it's like 7-8%. And then the inventory, the prices are high. You know what I mean? So we can debate. I want to see a woman president someday, but you need to come with performance. You need to come with your CV saying this is what I've done, not what I will do. Man, double tap your screen, subscribe to the channel. Let's get it.
buy a crib, to take care of their child during that first year of their life, knowing it's about setting them on a path to do everything they have a natural desire to do. And look, I say all this to say, I will always put the middle class and working families first. I come from the middle class, and I will never forget where I come from. I will never forget where I come from. And we know we cannot.
Like I always say, double tap your screen, subscribe to the channel. So this is someone here in the chat. The person says, you need to take basic civics class. The position of the VP, which is the vice president, is not to do. It is to support the president. So this is where I have dialogue with people like this. And this is it. If her position is to support the president, okay, I get it. But why then does she say Bidenomics is working? So meaning she supports the Bidenomics. Why does she say Joe Biden is the greatest president of our generation? Bidenomics is working. We did it, Joe. People are struggling. People are living paycheck to paycheck. Everything is expensive. Single moms are everywhere struggling. Gas prices high. And you're saying, well, her job is just to support the president. So you cannot give suggestions. You cannot advise the president. You cannot say, this is what I think we should be doing, Mr. President. I don't know, man.
Not have a strong middle class without American manufacturing. So over the last 3.5 years, we have brought manufacturing back to America, creating 730,000 manufacturing jobs. We announced the opening of more than 20 new auto plants in the United States. And we did it by investing in American industry and American workers. And I will make sure that America, not China, wins the competition.
Okay, so someone says, so her advisory position is stronger than the presidency itself. Absolutely no, that's not what I'm saying. But I am saying that if you say you want a promotion from the vice presidential seat to the presidential seat, to the presidential office, what's the proof that you're going to do better if you support everything that is currently hurting the regular person in America right now? That is currently making Americans pay high prices right now. You said everything that person did is great, and Americans are feeling the heat. And then you want a promotion? I don't know if we should be considering the promotion because you said everything this person did is better than what you've ever seen. That means you are disconnected with the regular American person. You are absolutely disconnected because if you are connected to the American people, you would know that insurance is higher, gas prices is higher, groceries higher, um, electricity bill is higher. And you say it's price gouging from these corporations. So why weren't they price gouging during the OG's term, during the 45th? You guys are like, why are you always living in denial? Even the Democrats says the economy was better under Trump. However, They don't just like the way he talks. They've all agreed, everybody, independent, Republicans, Democrats, every single person have agreed that the economy was better under Trump. Everybody knows. Okay, this is not like we're debating. However, they're like, well, I don't like the way he talks. He hurts my feelings. Who cares about your feelings, bro? Who cares about your feelings, bro? Ain't nobody care about your feelings and your emotions because feelings and emotions don't feed the kids. Feelings and emotions don't pay the bills. So, yeah, move along.
For the 21st century. Which is why under my plan, we will invest in the industries that built America, like steel, iron, and the great American auto industry. I see you, Sean. And we will ensure that the next generation of breakthroughs, from advanced batteries to electric vehicles, are not only invented but built right here in America by American union workers. And Michigan, let us be clear, contrary to what my opponent is suggesting, I will never tell you what kind of car you have to drive. But here's what I will do. I will invest in communities like Flint. Flint, which helped build the auto industry and the UAW. We will retool existing factories, hire locally, and work with unions to create good-paying jobs, including jobs.
Ladies and gentlemen, the question should be, how did we get here? A couple of months ago, nobody even thought about her. Nobody even said anything about her. Nobody could even mention what she has done. Now everybody's saying, well, vote for her so we can inspire our daughters. But our daughters didn't even know who the vice president was. And this is the first woman vice president ever in the United States. And our daughters don't even know the first woman vice president, and they're gonna know so when she becomes the president, they're gonna know her name. Because she's never actually stood for something really legit as a vice president. So how is her name gonna be how is her name gonna be remembered in the first place? Because everybody's saying women's right, women's right, women's right, women's right. That's all y'all talking about, women's right. But people are just looking for food to eat, bro. Rent to pay, bro. To keep the lights on, bro. That's all y'all talking about don't even really matter like every single day. Because you need food every single day. You gotta pay the rent every 30 days. You gotta pay the electricity bill every 30 days. All that stuff y'all talking about really doesn't. I mean, it matters, but it's like, what is more consistent?
That do not require a college degree. Because we understand a college degree is not the only measure of whether a worker has skills and experience to get the job done. In fact, part of my plan is to outline all of the federal jobs that should not require a college degree and make that clear. And when I'm elected, I'm going to challenge the private sector to take on the same approach.
And of course, everybody is in the chat saying, well, what did Pence do? What did Pence do that helped us? Well, did you know that Pence was in charge of the task force in 2020? And everybody knows that task force was legit. And that's the same task force that was deployed for Hurricane Helen. And as we all know, they said that the Vice President Kamala Harris was the border czar, according to the media. But we know what the border is saying right now. How is the border now, folks? How is the border now, folks?
And then there's Donald Trump. So Donald Trump has a very different approach. So Donald Trump makes big promises, and he always fails to deliver. He said he was the only one who could bring back America's manufacturing jobs. Remember that? And then America lost nearly 200,000 manufacturing jobs when he was president, including tens of thousands of jobs in Michigan. And those losses started before the pandemic, making Donald Trump one of the biggest losers of manufacturing jobs in American history.
Why are we even allowing this to happen? This is the man that signed the Abrams Accord. This is a man that people had money in their savings account. Now, I'm not saying people don't still have money in their savings account, but people were thriving. This is a man that we never had to think about sending billions of munitions to Ukraine when he was in power. I get it, you don't like it. Okay. Okay, you don't like him, I get it. But did you even have to talk about Ukraine and Russia? Did you have to talk about the Israeli people and the Palestinian people, now Iranian people? Did you even have to think about Taiwan and China? Like, did you even have to talk about the border? Did you have to talk about the mortgage rate? We were balling, bro. Like, you don't like him, I get it. But there were so many things we didn't even have to talk about. We were so occupied by so many good things around us. We were doing so many things for our families. We were taking trips, bro. We were not even thinking of, bro, we were just living life. Now you're screaming, let's go, girl. You go, girl. Kamala, you go, girl. Go where, bro? This is what you've had for the past 4 years. And you want to say, go, girl, for what? You're voting for the same people. Relax, bro.
And his track record for the auto industry was a disaster. He promised workers in Warren that the auto industry would, I'll quote, not lose one plant during his presidency. And then American automakers announced the closure of 6 auto plants when he was president. We need a medic over here. We need a medic over here. Right here. Okay, can everyone part so that medic can come through, please? Let's let the medic through. Okay. Okay. He's okay. All right. We're good. We got each other. Good. 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 remembering again what Donald Trump talked about versus what he did. Then American automakers, announced the closure of 6 plants when he was president, including General Motors in Warren and Stellantis in Detroit. Thousands of Michigan auto workers lost their jobs. And when it came to building the cars of the future, Donald Trump sat on the sidelines and let China dominate. And then he talks down to American workers, saying we can't compete with Chinese workers. And make no mistake, Donald Trump is no friend of labor. He encouraged automakers to move their plants out of Michigan so they could pay their workers less. And when the UAW went on strike to demand higher wages that they deserved, Donald Trump went to a non-union shop, don't forget. And he attacked the UAW. And he said striking and collective bargaining don't make, quote, a damn bit of difference. Remember how he's talked about striking workers, that you should fire them. That's how he talks about union labor. That's how he talks about workers. But Flint, we know strong unions mean higher wages, better health care, and greater dignity for union members and for everyone. And on top of all of that, Donald Trump signed a $2 trillion tax cut that mostly went to the wealthy and big corporations, not to working people. And now he is making the same empty promises to the people of Michigan that he did before. But we will not be fooled. We will not be gaslighted. Donald Trump's track record is a disaster for working people. And if he wins again, it will be more of the same. Check this out. 2 days ago, his running mate, maybe you saw that. No, but how about that Tim Walz, by the way? So 2 days ago, Donald Trump's running mate suggested that if Trump wins, he might let the Grand River Assembly plant in Lansing close down. The same plant that our administration helped save earlier this year, along with 650 union jobs. Michigan, we together fought hard for those jobs, and you deserve a president who won't put them at risk. And for anybody watching, if you want to learn more about Donald Trump's plans, just Google Project 2025. It is a detailed and dangerous blueprint for what he will do if he is elected president. Donald Trump will give billionaires and corporations massive tax cuts, attack unions, cut Social Security and Medicare, and impose a Trump sales tax, a 20%.
Thank you for tuning into the live show. Double tap your screen, subscribe to the channel. Just want to take you back to 2016. Remember in 2016, Hillary said that if Trump ever got into the White House, there would be chaos. There would be so many troubles going on if he had the power of they said nuclear, right? Why was it that when he became president in 2016, there was a peaceful world? why was it a peaceful world when he was president? I feel like, no, I don't feel like. I think that Trump has opened the people's eyes, especially losing in 2020 and then having Biden go from 2020 to 2024, and we seeing the difference. It's now like, whoa. So this is what we are missing. Now people are looking like, what was I thinking? I should have just, I was doing better from 2016 to 2020. Most people have that realization right now. You could say, well, it wasn't peaceful worldwide. Well, you didn't have to think about Ukraine and Russia. You didn't have to think about Israel and the Palestinian people. You didn't have to think about Israel and Iran. Now you're sending billions of munitions everywhere in the world. It was, even if you say it wasn't peaceful worldwide, it was way more peaceful than we are right now. Way more peaceful than we are right now. Am I lying? It wasn't way more peaceful? Because I don't know, man. This is another thing. Like, people just like to live in denial, bro.
Tax on everyday basic necessities, which will cost the average family nearly $4,000 a year. And on top of all this, Donald Trump intends to end the Affordable Care Act. Even after he tried to repeal it time and time again when he was president, and still has no plan to replace it. You watched the debate. You watched the debate. You saw that. He quote, has concepts of a plan.
Shout out to Moa, M-O-A. This person said, where is your accent from? I was born in Nigeria, but I'm made in the United States. Born in Nigeria, made in the United States. What country are you sitting in now? I am in Georgia. I was affected by Hurricane Helene. If you check my most recent my most recent post, you will see my video. If you check my stream, you would see that I was actually affected by Hurricane Helene, living in the United States, illegal immigrant who is now a um citizen of the United States. Legal immigrant who has become a citizen of the United States, who had to go through Homeland Security, who had to study, go through USCIS to become a United States citizen. That's why I say I was born in Nigeria, but I am made in the United States. So when people post like put comments like this and say, well, where's your accent from? I have an accent. So does Melania Trump. She has an accent. And people say, well, you're not, because you don't have an, because you have a, or because you weren't born in the United States, you were not supposed to be talking about the United States. Well, Elon Musk was born in South Africa, and you're there. What are you talking about?
No, you know, I have said that I do believe he is an unserious man. And the consequences of him being president again are absolutely critically serious. Because think about it, even on health care, he has a concept of a plan. So he's going to threaten the health insurance of 45 million people in our country based on a concept? To take us back, you remember that? When insurance companies could deny people with pre-existing conditions? Remember what that was like? Well, Michigan, we are not going back. We are not going back. We're not going back. We are not going back. No, we are not going back. No. Because we will move forward. Ours is a fight for the future.
Question here is, We are not going back to what? Affordable mortgage rate, affordable grocery prices, affordable insurance, affordable electricity bills, affordable everything. I am going back. I'm sorry. Yo, I'm sorry. I'm going back, bro. And I know millions of people are going back, want to go back.
Ours is a fight for the future, and ours is a fight for freedom. Like the fundamental freedom of a woman to make decisions about her own body and not have her government tell her what to do. And these 32 days out from the election, it's important that we remind people how we got here. Donald Trump handpicked 3 members of the United States Supreme Court with the intention that they would overturn Roe v. Wade, and they did. And now more than 1 in 3 women in America lives in a state with a Trump abortion ban. Many with no exceptions, even for rape and incest, which is immoral. And when Congress passes a bill to restore reproductive freedom, as President of the United States, I will proudly sign it into law.
Another thing that I find funny is people are saying, well, like I'm sorry, I don't know Lee Lazaraki. I don't want to butcher your name, but Lee, you know what I'm talking about. He says too much corporate wealth. So you're saying the corporate wealth now is higher than during Trump's time. Then why were we saying that corporations were making so much money during Trump's time? So you mean to tell me the corporations are making more money now than Trump's time? And then we are saying that Trump really favors the corporations than the people? So if the corporations are making more money now than during Trump's time, so Trump wasn't for the corporations, it was for the people? Hmm. You guys, man, y'all just be look, I yeah. I'm voting. I don't care what y'all talking about. I'm voting Trump.
And here's what I want to say. Look, and that's not our only battle. Across our nation, we are witnessing a full-on assault on other hard-fought, hard-won freedoms and rights, like the freedom to vote, the freedom to be safe from gun violence, the freedom to join a union, the freedom to love who you love openly and with pride. And the freedom to breathe clean air and drink clean water. Flint, you know all too well, Flint, that clean water should be a right for everyone, not just for the people who
This is for Moa, MOA. She says, or he says, I don't know. He says, I am asking important questions. The truth is not rude. Free speech is not rude. Bro, did you read what you typed? You said, where are you from? What country are you sitting in right now? Who is paying you to do this? What business of this is yours? Who is paying you? That's what you said, Moa. That's not you were accusing me. And just for your information, YouTube doesn't even pay me. My channel is not monetized, bro. Because YouTube says my content may be harming you guys. I'm not even getting paid for this with YouTube. I'm glad for the opportunity to be able to like say my mind and but I'm not even getting paid for this. So I'm not getting paid by any political party. I'm not getting paid for the content I make on YouTube. I'm just literally making this content because I actually enjoy making content. If I eventually get monetized in future, fine. I'm grateful to God, bro. But like when you try to like do all that stuff, try to call people names and shit, it don't, bro. It don't work with me, bro.
Who can afford it? And as president, I will continue to work with communities like Flint to ensure you not only have clean water, but the opportunity to recover economically and thrive. So, Michigan, it all comes down to this. We are all here together because we know what is at stake. And we love our country. We love country. We love our country. We know it is one of the highest forms of patriotism to then fight for the ideals of our country and to fight to realize the promise of a.
And somebody just asked in the chat says, why do I think think Trump is for America? Because everybody was living life. People were taking trips. People weren't working their butt off like the way they're working their butt off right now. The gas prices was affordable. Mortgage rate was affordable. People had money, bro. Everybody was doing good. Generally, the economy was way better. Just generally, bro. And everybody agrees to that, even the Democrats. Why do you think they were asking Kamala in the debate? What do you say to people who say that they are doing worse now than they were during the 45th president? Why do you think they asked her that question? Because it's people that saying they're doing better back then than now. That's why everybody's asking her the question. What do you say to people that are saying things are way more expensive now? That's why those questions are being asked to her.
America. That's what this is about. That's what this is about. So, Election Day is in 32 days. And already nearly 2 million ballots are in the hands of Michigan voters alone. So if you have received your ballot, please do not wait. Fill it out and return it today. Early voting starts statewide on October 26th. And now is the time to make your plan to vote. Because, folks, the election is here. The election is here. And we need to energize, organize, and mobilize. And remember, your vote is your voice, and your voice is your power. So, Flint, today I ask, are you ready to make your voices heard? Do we believe in freedom? Do we believe in opportunity?
Bro, look at the people sitting there. Look at this guy behind. It's just like, bro, why am I even here, bro? It's like, why am I here, bro? How did I get here, bro? Look at the people sitting at the back. Nobody's jumping and going, whoa. If I play a Trump rally for you, bro, they're going wild at the back, like, let's go. Because they know that they were able to provide and protect their families during the OG's term. Because if as a man, bro, as the leader of the household, if you cannot provide for your family or you're finding it really hard, you're getting stressed up every single day, every single month to provide for your family, to pay the rent, to put food on the table for your daughters, your sons, don't you know the kind of toll that takes on you? You think you're gonna be screaming here? That's why he ain't jumping. Because he knows he's stressed out.
Opportunity. Do we believe in the promise of America? And are we ready to fight for it?
Man. Thank you guys for tuning in one more time. Double tap your screen, subscribe to the channel. All right. We've heard Kamala Harris. Ladies and gentlemen, JD Vance was also in Georgia today. Actually, yesterday, because this was 11 hours ago. And the time is currently 1:23 a.m. And today's date is the 5th of October 2024. Let's listen to JD Vance. How do you think JD did during the debate? I think he actually did a wonderful job. I've always known JD is a cool, calm, and collected guy. He speaks directly to the people. He's like, it's like he believes in what Trump believes in. However, he's much more precise. He doesn't like joke around when he's making speeches. He stays on topic. Well, everybody knows the OG knows how to, bring his humor out, but JD is just precise. I feel like JD is the future of the GOP party. Well, there's so many futures in the GOP party at this moment, but JD is pretty much on a high rank right now. Let's listen to JD.
We'll take you out live to Georgia. Senator J.D. Vance just coming to the podium.
Wife Usha. Usha, thank you so much, honey, for being here. We have got another great, strong woman leader in Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene. I know we're in her district. Where's Marjorie? Please say hello. Now, you may not know this, but one of the very first endorsements, and frankly, the first really important endorsement that I got was when I was running in the Republican Senate primary in Ohio a few years ago, was from Marjorie Taylor Greene. So she's been a great friend of mine. She's a loyal person. And you guys have a hell of a congresswoman here in Marjorie. We've got the great Lieutenant Governor Burt Jones. Burt, thank you so much, man, for being here. And you guys, we got not just Congresswoman Greene, but you've got a great person running for Congress in the state of Georgia, Brian Jack. Brian, please say hello to everybody. Thank you, man. So one of the things that we have got to do better is that we have got to stop the crazy policies in this country that cause mills like the one that we're standing at right now to get shut down, to get closed down, and to get shipped overseas. I read a little bit about this mill, and Marjorie told me a little bit about it when I arrived. This was once, for over 100 years, a place where we made great American products with proud American craftsmanship. We made blue jeans in this factory. We made things that the United States needed, and we did it with American workers. And now this mill, and I'm so proud of the Silva family for buying it, rehabilitating it, and turning it into an event center. That's a great thing. But it should still be making great American products, and it's not because of a failure of American leadership. I mean, think of this. You can almost imagine proud American workers coming here, going to work, building a life, going back home and raising a family. And now, as I understand it, we film sometimes literal horror shows because what happened to American manufacturing was an actual horror. What we did to this nation, what we did to this proud American tradition of craftsmanship was a disgrace. And if the presidency of Donald J. Trump represents anything, my friends, and if the future presidency of Donald J. Trump represents anything, it is that we are getting back to stamping more products made in the USA. We're going to make our own stuff, and we're going to do it with American working people. Now, we got to remember that, while Kamala Harris, she runs from the media and she runs from the American people, this is a person who has the audacity to stand before the American people and say that on day one, she's going to fix the very problems that Kamala Harris created. Now, Marjorie and I haven't been in politics for long enough to be this shameless. Maybe if we've been in politics for 30 years, we could stand as the sitting vice president and tell people that we're going to do something on day one. Well, Kamala Harris, you've been vice president for 3.5 years. Day one was 1,400 days ago. What the hell have you been doing with all that authority the American people gave you? Get to work and stop talking about what you're going to do. Go ahead and do it. Now, and let's just talk about the record of Kamala Harris. When she was in the United States Senate and Donald Trump was undoing the terrible NAFTA trade deal that destroyed a lot of American factories, Kamala Harris was voting and fighting to preserve NAFTA. What a disgrace. This is the person who says that if we make her president, she's going to fight for working people. But when she was in the United States Senate, she stabbed working people in the back every single day, and she's going to do it again. So what is our message to Kamala Harris and to the media that's trying to install her as the next president? Our message is, Kamala Harris, you're fired. Go back to San Francisco where you belong. Let's just count the ways in which her policies have been a failure. Under Kamala Harris's leadership, the trade deficit in this country just topped $1 trillion. That's an incomprehensible amount of money, and thanks to Kamala Harris's leadership, we're going backwards when under Donald Trump's leadership, we were going forwards. Under Kamala Harris's leadership, the average Georgia family is spending about $1,000 more per month. That is $12,000 a year to afford today what they were buying when Donald Trump was president. Think about it. That's a tax of $12,000 a year on Georgia families. And Kamala Harris brags about how she wants to raise Americans' taxes. Well, unfortunately, she's already done it, but to the tune of about $12,000. It's a disgrace. Under Kamala Harris, groceries in the state of Georgia are up 32%. That's actually worse than it is across the country, and it's pretty damn bad across the country. Home prices are up 50% under Kamala Harris's leadership. And I know the media loves to talk about family issues, and they love to attack Republicans for not being pro-family. Well, look, the best way to be pro-family is to ensure that young American families can afford to buy a house in the greatest country on earth. And when Donald Trump is president, that's exactly what we're going to fight to make possible. The American dream of homeownership. Over 9% of credit card balances turned delinquent over the last year. That means 1 in 11 of our American families are sacrificing. They're not paying the credit card bill because they got to buy something else. Over 8% of auto loans turn delinquent. That's a lot of American families trying to make the car payment but can't afford it because of Kamala Harris's policies. Now, this is a person who, when she talks to the media, and she does it like 3 times her entire campaign, but when she dares to talk to the media, she talks about how she's going to tackle the inflation crisis, the affordability crisis. My friends, the affordability crisis is on us because of Kamala Harris's failed leadership. Let's get back to the common sense leadership of Donald J. Trump. Now let's just talk about Kamala Harris's interviews for a little bit, because it's interesting. I think she is the only presidential candidate in American history where every time she opens her mouth, the other side gets about 100,000 votes. So while I criticize Kamala for not doing interviews because I think it's disgraceful to run for the American people when you're asking for their vote, I also admit I'm a little bit biased. Because I want Kamala Harris to do interviews because I think it reveals just how hollow her entire agenda is. I want Kamala Harris to do interviews because every time that she does, I think the American people see through that this is a politician, a career politician running on slogans. Donald Trump and I are running on substance for how to bring the American dream back, and that's a very different kind of campaign. You know, she says things like, well, they'll say, well, what is your specific plan to solve the inflation crisis that your policies caused? Because don't let her ever forget, my friends, $4 trillion in spending, Kamala Harris was the tie-breaking vote. And it's that spending that jacked up the price of food, groceries, housing, everything under her leadership. And they'll say, so what's your specific plan to solve this problem? And she'll say, well, you know, I grew up in a middle-class family. Or they'll talk about, you know, remember when Donald Trump was president, the world was at the greatest level of peace and stability it had been in a generation. Under your leadership, Kamala Harris, the world is on fire. We've got a war seemingly breaking out in every continent. What is your solution to bring peace and stability back to the world? And Kamala Harris will say, well, when I worked at McDonald's, I used to do the hash browns, and I was very good at it. And anybody with an ounce of common sense is saying, well, first of all, you're not answering the question. But second of all, Kamala, what the hell are you going to do? And the fact that you can't answer that question suggests you shouldn't be anywhere near the Oval Office. And that's exactly what we're going to make sure never happens. And look, it's not just the economic policies, because we know that Kamala Harris, every time that she makes a decision, it makes the American people worse off. Now, I was talking to Bert, the lieutenant governor, about this earlier today, and he, to his great credit, did what a leader should do. He showed up and surveyed the storm damage in the southeastern part of that state. And I know everybody here joins me in saying that our prayers are with the people recovering from these deadly, terrible storms. We're thinking about you. We're caring about you. But it's not just enough to think and care. As an American leader, it is your job to show up and do what is necessary. And here's what bothers me so much about Kamala Harris, and I think about all the things that we could criticize her on. But at the beginning of her administration, you know that she fought very hard to make sure that COVID relief money went to illegal aliens, to the tune of $1,000 per person, making sure that money went to illegal aliens. And she shows up to survey the storm damage a couple days ago, and she says that we're going to give $750 to the people suffering from these devastating storms. Well, Kamala, I think you've got it exactly the opposite. The federal government ought to give all it can to the American citizens devastated by these storms, not to illegal aliens who have no right to be here. But everything she's done as border czar, I don't know if you saw this. We had a nice debate with Tim Walz a couple days ago. I think we did pretty well. I had fun. And I'll tell you that, you know, the people ask where my strategy came from. It actually came from President Trump, because a few weeks ago I was talking to the president. We were, you know, shooting the breeze like we often do. And he said, well, what are you going to do in this debate? And I said, I don't know. What do you think I ought to do in this debate? And he said, just be really tough on her. And a kind of light bulb went off. You know, a lot of American citizens don't realize that Kamala Harris cast the tie-breaking vote to cause all this inflation, $4 trillion in new spending. And a lot of Americans don't realize that Kamala Harris was the border czar during the worst border crisis in the history of this country. And I thought, you know, President Trump is exactly right. Why am I going to go after Tim Walz? I'm going to spend that 90 minutes and I'm going to hammer Kamala Harris on her failed record. And so that's what I did. But I saw that CBS, one of the, you know, the fake journalists, you know, 3 years ago, CBS ran a story calling Kamala Harris the border czar. And then they said, they had the audacity to say, well, J.D. Vance was missing context when he called Kamala Harris the border czar. Well, I guess CBS was missing context 3 years ago when they made the exact claim, but this is how it works, my friends. They run away from their record because Kamala Harris's record on the border is a disgrace. On day one, they did 94 executive orders undoing Donald Trump's incredible success at the southern border. They bragged about the fact that they wanted to open the American southern border, and that's exactly what happened. And thanks to their leadership, we've got a record amount of fentanyl coming into our communities. The Mexican drug cartels are running drugs, sex trafficking, and illegal guns in our communities. And it's funny to me, Kamala Harris says that she cares about crime, but she wants to do gun grabbing from lawful American citizens. I think if you care about crime, protect the rights of American citizens to own a gun if they so choose, and take the guns away from the Mexican drug cartels. But she wants to do exactly the opposite. Doesn't make any sense. So let's just talk about the contrast here between Kamala Harris's record and Donald Trump's record, and then, of course, the vision for the future. Because, look, I came from a working class family. I was raised by a woman who would sometimes not pay her own medical bills so that she could put food on the table. God bless you, ma'am. I see you got my book there. And I got it. And by the way, you can buy that book wherever books are sold, my friends. But Donald Trump's economic plan is very simple. When we talk about bringing back American factories, you can't do that just with words. You got to have actual action behind it. And you know how you're going to bring back American factories? Two things. Number one, drill, baby, drill. Open up American energy, produce it with American workers. And the second thing you got to do is you got to stop foreign countries from undercutting Americans with cheap labor. Now, look, the Chinese Communist Party, they're more than willing to let people work at literal slave wages and then try to bring those products into the United States. That's how you close factories like the one that we're standing right next to, is you allow foreign countries to undercut the wages of American workers. You know what Donald Trump is going to do? He's going to slap a big fat tariff on everything coming in from China because we're going to protect American workers. We're going to protect their jobs. Donald Trump wants to cut taxes for American working families and raise tariffs on the foreign countries and the foreign companies that are shipping jobs overseas. Kamala Harris wants to raise your taxes and facilitate the people who are shipping jobs overseas. I think that Donald Trump's...
Thank you for tuning into the live show. Double tap your screen, subscribe to the channel. You're listening to JD Vance. Okay, just want to put this out there, okay? Why, if everybody is saying, well, the 45th didn't do a good job, if that's what everybody is saying, why is it that more people in the African American community are now saying they prefer the 45th to be the 47th? Why? Because they've experienced both. Now, from 2016 to 2020, people said they did better economically than 2020 to 2024. Are you better off now than you were from 2016 to 2020? Let me know in the chat.
Plan makes a lot more sense, don't you? Kamala Harris wants to further open the border. She wants to grant asylum and parole to millions upon millions of illegal aliens. Donald Trump wants to build the wall and send those illegal aliens back home. They don't belong in this country. They belong in their own. And I want to send a message to everybody who's in this country illegally. While you've heard from Kamala Harris that she's going to give you free Medicare benefits and free health care benefits, she's going to give you free housing benefits paid for by American taxpayers, Donald Trump's going to win the White House. We all believe that, right? So our message to illegal aliens who are in this country without the consent of the American people is, you got 4 months, pack your bags because you're going home. Under Kamala Harris's leadership, I couldn't believe this. I had to double check it. 425,000 illegal migrant criminals are in the United States of America. That's more than twice the size of the U.S. Marine Corps. We got some Marines out there, I'm sure. Semper Fi to the Marines. But, I think if anything, we ought to make the Marine Corps a little bit bigger and shrink the size of the illegal migrant crime population in this country. I think Kamala's got it backwards. There are over 400,000 illegal aliens in the state of Georgia. 120,000 Georgian students are the children of illegal immigrants. Think about what that does to the education of Georgia children when you drop in over 100,000 kids, many of whom don't speak English. And look, I've got all the compassion in the world for these innocent kids. We're not mad at the kids for coming into this country. We're mad at Kamala Harris for letting the Mexican drug cartels do drug trafficking and sex trafficking in the United States of America. But it's something that Kamala and her friends and Tim Walz always say. They talk about being compassionate. They talk about compassion for illegal immigrants. And look, I've got nothing against people who want to come into this country. My message is simple: come through the proper channels. But what about compassion for America's citizens? The American leadership ought to care about our people. The American president ought to put the interests of American citizens first. And if you want to have compassion for anybody, Kamala Harris, let's start with compassion for people who lost their jobs because of your policies. If you want to have compassion, let's start with compassion for people who can't afford their mortgage or their car payments because of your policies. If you want to talk about compassion, let's talk about the 100,000 Americans who are dying of fentanyl overdoses because of your policies. Compassion for the American president ought to start with the American people, and that's exactly where Donald Trump and I put our compassion, is with our citizens and the people who deserve to be here. I want to say just a couple other things, and I know we got some press back here. I'll take a few questions because whether they're friendly or hostile, don't you believe a person running for vice president ought to talk to the American people? Common sense. But I want to tell you a little story. So a couple weeks ago, and it feels like it was longer, but a couple weeks ago, and of course the Democrats try to lie about this and forget about it. But I was sitting at home. It was a Sunday, and it was a rare Sunday where I was just hanging out with my 7-year-old son. I get a phone call from the president, and I answer it. He says, "JD, you're never going to believe what happened." I said, "President Trump, what's going on?" He said, they did it again. I said, "What do you mean?" And he said, "They tried to shoot me again." And this was before it became public. It was about 1:45 in the afternoon, and he told me the story of how there was a guy hiding in the bushes who was going to take his life, but luckily a Secret Service agent saw the gunman. They fired at him. The gunman ran off, and of course, Donald Trump's life was saved. And let's thank the brave Secret Service agents for doing their job. And I'll tell you, I never had a Secret Service detail, of course, in my life. I love these guys. They're doing a great job. But I've got just one complaint about the Secret Service, the guys on the ground who are protecting me and my family. I wish they would drive a little bit faster. So, gentlemen, I love you, but we don't have to drive Miss Daisy anymore. We can go faster than 62 miles per hour on the highway. I've got a bit of a lead foot myself, so being driven around by a bunch of guys who can't go over 65, it's getting to me. But look, so the president, I was kind of shaken up by it because, of course, he's my friend and he's my running mate. But most importantly, I think he's going to make a great next American president of the United States. But I, like any human being, I was worried about him. And so I said, "Well, sir, are you doing okay? I mean, clearly you're physically okay. You wouldn't be calling me, but are you okay?" And he said, "Yeah, I'm fine. I'm kind of pissed off, though. I was, and I thought he was going to say, I'm pissed off they tried to shoot me." He said, they wouldn't let me finish playing golf. I was about to make a birdie on the 6th hole. And something struck me at that moment that as much as the Democrats lie about Donald Trump, this is a man with the character to be president of the United States. And here's what I mean by this. What you want in a president of the United States is not a person who's terrified of the American media. You want a person who's willing to sit down and take some tough questions. You don't want a person who, when a terrible tragedy, even a very traumatic thing happens to them personally, you want somebody who stands up afterwards, puts their fist in the air, and says, fight, fight, fight. You want a guy who's calm, who is calm and compassionate. You remember that moment where he nearly lost his life in Butler, PA? He called for national unity, and he called for everybody to tone down the rhetoric. And when he had gotten almost shot again on his golf course in Florida, he had the wherewithal to make some jokes and to sort of reassure his buddy that he was doing okay. That is the person you want to answer the phone when a major world crisis breaks out. That is the person you want in the situation room when times are really tough. That is the person you want calling the shots in times of peace or war. You want a man who can stand in the gap, who can literally take a bullet and keep his composure and stay who he is. That's Donald J. Trump. That's why we got to make him the next president of the United States, because we need a leader in the Oval Office, not a follower like Kamala Harris. So I want to just say, and this is a message to everybody here, but especially to those who are watching. The thing that I've picked up on is there are a lot of Americans who are worried whether the American dream is still possible anymore. And I believe that it is. I wouldn't be standing here. Think about everything that's happened in my life. I was raised by a woman who didn't graduate from high school. I was raised by my grandmother because my mom struggled with opioid addiction. And I'm standing up here in this beautiful state asking you to make me your next vice president of the United States. This is a hell of a country, my friends. Don't ever forget that. All right. Y'all gonna make me blush here. I'm already red enough. It's pretty hot out here. But look, I want to speak directly to those who are worried about whether the American dream is still possible. Because I know there are a lot of folks who can't afford their mortgage right now. There are a lot of folks worried about how they're going to pay for their prescription drugs. There are a lot of grandparents out there taking care of grandkids they weren't expecting to take care of. There are a lot of people who are struggling under Kamala Harris's leadership. And I just want you to know that in 32 days, we're going to change the leadership of this country, and we're going to rebuild the American dream stronger than ever. Keep faith in our country, keep faith in our people, keep faith amongst ourselves, because Kamala Harris, I'm telling you, we're going to look back at Kamala Harris as a blip in the radar, as a one brief exception to the greatest American story and the greatest America that we could ever hope for. Because Kamala Harris is not big enough to take on the United States of America. The United States of America is going to fire her, send her back to California where she belongs.
J.D. Vance is definitely an addition to the GOP party. He's a rising star for sure. And people are beginning to see this guy could be the future president of the United States. What do you guys think? Double tap the screen, subscribe to the channel. Let's get it.
And give the American people a president they deserve, and it's going to start with all of you. God bless you all. Thank you. I'm so honored to be here. And I know we'll take a few questions from the media. We'll keep it brief because it is hot out here. But if you're a reporter, especially a local reporter, I'd love to take your question.
Excellent.
Go ahead.
Senator. Hi. Donnell Sells with the Atlanta Voice. I wanted to ask you, what do you think about former President Trump having a third debate, a second with VP Harris, and maybe having it run like the one you just did, which seemed to focus mainly on policy and not on insults?
Well, I think, first of all, I think Kamala Harris already had an opportunity to do a second debate, and she turned it down. I really think it's important that the media gets this story right, because there was an opportunity for Kamala Harris to do a second debate, but she said she didn't want to debate on Fox News, and so that's her decision to deprive the American people of a second presidential debate. But I think you're right, actually, that our debate focused more on policy than the first presidential debate, because the moderators were a complete disgrace, and Kamala Harris doesn't know how to talk about policy, so I'm not surprised the first debate was so empty of substance. But what's interesting to me is you ask Donald Trump what he wants to do, and he will give you an answer. What does Donald Trump want to do about foreign policy? What does he want to do about Russia, Ukraine? What does he want to do about Israel, Iran? But most importantly, what does he want to do to lower prices for the American people? And he will give you an answer. The reason Donald Trump will give you an answer and Kamala Harris will give you a slogan is because Donald Trump shows leadership and Kamala Harris shows the exact opposite of it. So that is the truth of the American people. Do a couple more questions. Quick.
Senator, a judge in Georgia this week struck down the state's abortion restrictions, and the Attorney General has appealed to try to get that law reinstated. Do you think that law should be reinstated?
Look, what the Georgia appeals court or a Georgia trial court, or frankly, even the people of Georgia believe about this issue is ultimately up to the people of Georgia. They got to make this decision. What President Trump and I have said repeatedly is that we want our national government to focus on the national issues, close down the border, lower the price of housing, make groceries more affordable for American citizens. We got credit card delinquencies that have skyrocketed in the last couple of weeks. We got to get an economy back that works for normal American hardworking people again, and it's a disgrace what Kamala Harris has done. But look, on the abortion question, what Donald Trump has said, he couldn't be more clear, is he wants the people of Georgia to make this decision. In the same way he wants the people of California to make the decision for the people of California. And we're a big enough country that we can agree or disagree with one another on these issues, but the national government is going to be focused on national issues, and the people of Georgia can make up their own minds, and we support the people of Georgia. Next question.
Thank you for doing this, Senator. My question for you is, what do you have to say about President Trump pushing the claim that FEMA is running out of money for her hurricane relief because of funding for programs that support migrants?
Well, let me say a couple things about this. First of all, the idea that FEMA is running out of money is something that the leadership of the Harris administration has said. That especially if there's another disaster, they've said that they might have to go back to the well. And I think a lot of Americans are saying, well, how can we afford to give billions of dollars to illegal immigrants in this country, but we've got to go back to the well to provide disaster relief for our own citizens? That's a disgrace. Now, the media's obsessed with, well, there's one bucket of money over here and there's another bucket of money over here. I know beyond a shadow of a doubt that our own government is sending billions of dollars to illegal aliens when there are hardworking Americans. We got to focus on them. Focus on our American citizens who have had their lives destroyed by these terrible storms. That's what Kamala Harris ought to be doing, and it's a damn shame that she's not doing her job.
Hi, Senator. Thank you for doing this. President Trump often describes the 2020 election as rigged, and he often uses the term to describe what he sees as fraud in that election. Trump said that again yesterday at a rally in Michigan. Senator, would you use that specific term, rigged? You have said in the past you have concerns about election integrity in the past and going forward. And do you concur with the president that the 2020 election was rigged?
Well, look, So I'm from Ohio. I'm not from the South, but I think in the South there's a phrase that really works. Bless your heart. Look, man. First of all, we're focused on the future. in this election and in this campaign. If you look at what President Trump says, what I say, we are focused on the future. Every single day, hardworking Americans are suffering because of Kamala Harris's policies. It is a disaster, and I think it's interesting that the American media wants to talk so much about 2020. And the reason they want to talk about 2020 is because they don't want to talk a lick about what happened afterwards. And what happened afterwards is that Kamala Harris opened the border, jacked up the price of food, jacked up the price of housing, and American citizens are suffering from it. It is a disgrace. From the Harris campaign and for the American media, we ought to talk about her failed record, and that's what Donald Trump and I are going to keep on doing. Now, you asked the question, and I believe that it's important to answer the question. Let me just tell you one thing that even the liberal media has said happened in 2020. There was a bombshell story that suggested the Biden family had some very corrupt business dealings with some foreign countries. It was all in the infamous Hunter Biden laptop. That happened in 2020. Now, the media, the big tech companies censored that story. And independent people have said that probably cost Donald Trump hundreds of thousands or maybe even millions of votes. Now, I don't care what you call that, but it's a damn shame and we can't accept it in our country. You want to call that rigged? Call it whatever you want to. It's unacceptable to happen in the world's greatest constitutional republic. I see another hand. I'll do one more, and then we'll have to hit the road.
Thanks, Senator. It's Kip Maher again. I wanted to ask you, in Melania Trump's book, she voices support for abortion rights. Does that impact the way that you see this issue? And what state, among all the states, do you think has the best abortion policy in your view? And then quickly, if you could have a comment on Trump and Kemp meeting for the first time since 2020 today.
Yeah, so there was a lot there. Let me first briefly. I think Brian Kemp. I understand that he and the president have had some disagreements in the past, but they're on the same team to defeat Kamala Harris, and that's a very good thing. And all of us, whatever part of the Republican Party we came from, the primary is over. Let's get on the same team and bring common sense governance back to the American people. I'm glad to have Brian Kemp on that team. I'm thrilled to have, of course, Donald Trump on that team. I'm thrilled to have Bobby Kennedy on that team because the American people are sick of the BS. And by the way, I've been asked by some folks about, to comment on Liz Cheney. I think we just traded Liz Cheney for Tulsi Gabbard. That's the biggest upgrade in American politics, and I'm awfully happy about it. Now, you asked about the First Lady's abortion views. Look, I love Melania. I think she's a great wife to the president. She's been I think a great example of grace under an incredible amount of pressure. But Melania is entitled to her own views in the same way the people of Georgia are entitled to their own views. And I don't believe I have to attack or disagree or criticize anybody on this issue because our campaign is focused, again, on inflation, on securing the border, on making life more affordable, on bringing good jobs to the state of Georgia and the whole country. So, look, I think she's a smart person. I think she's going to express her views. She's entitled to do it. But it doesn't change how I talk about this issue or how the campaign talks about the issue. And then the final point I want to make here, just because I know that we're running short on time, and I want to look at my notes here because I want to make sure I get this website right. Write this all down if you can. SwampTheVoteUSA.com. SwampTheVoteUSA.com. Okay? I want you all to go to this website because here's the thing. We're never going to have the dishonest press. We're never going to have, of course, the Democrats telling the truth. But what we do have is people power in the United States of America. We have got the ability to get out there and person to person make our voices heard, but it's not going to happen unless we get out there and vote. Georgia has made some serious progress. Y'all passed a very common sense voter ID measure a few years ago. You remember that? By the way, speaking of Brian Kemp, thank you for signing that legislation. But I think we have an opportunity in the state of Georgia to not just win, but to win in a very big way. So what I'm going to ask you to do, and please take this to heart, is get out there. Not just get yourself to the polls, whether you're voting early, voting by mail, or voting on election day, try to get 9 people. If every single person gets 9 people to join them at the polls, I think that we are going to have a crushing victory in the state of Georgia, and we're going to make this country great again. So please please remember, we're not just running this race because it's going to be fun to beat the Democrats, but it is going to be fun to beat the Democrats. My friends, trust me, I'm gonna enjoy that. We're running this race because the American people have been failed by their government, and that has got to change. I want you all to see yourselves as fighters, as warriors, to give the great American people the government they deserve. They're not going to get it unless we get out there and vote and make Donald Trump the next president of the United States. Do your part. I'll keep doing mine. God bless you all. Thank you so
Thank you for tuning in one more time. You know what time it is. Double tap your screen, subscribe to the channel. You just heard JD Vance. Some people say he might be the future of the GOP party. What do you think? I think he's articulate. He's straight to the point. He is cool, calm, and collected. He is a very good addition to the GOP party and also to the Trump campaign. And when I watched the debate, we also streamed the debate here live. If you haven't seen it, you can go watch it. But I said during that stream, I said, this guy may have just won the election for Trump. He may have just won that election for Trump during the debate because he was so cool, he was so calm, he was so collected. He did what he had to do. And at this point, he's becoming a legend in the GOP party. All right, so what do you guys know about Marjorie Taylor Greene? He spoke about Kamala Harris at the uh this same event JD was. I don't know if you guys want to see Marjorie Taylor Greene or you know what? Let's listen to the President of the United States. The President of the United States actually had a conversation about the economic policies, his success after joining the White House. You guys want to listen to the President of the United States? He spoke about his success that he's acquired in this economy. The people are not doing really good, but the president said the economy is a success. Let's listen.
Just yesterday, shipping carriers, after some discussion, an International Longshoremen Union came to an agreement to keep ports in the East Coast and the Gulf ports open. We averted what could have become a major crisis for the country, and a tentative agreement which includes record wage increases for dock workers and shows the importance of collective bargaining and represents, I think, critical progress toward a strong contract. I especially want to thank the carriers, the port operators, and the Longshoremen's Union for reaching this agreement at a time when the nation has experienced such terrible devastation from Hurricane Helene. It was truly a service to the American people for all these parties to come together to respond to our request to keep the ports open. I was determined to avert a crisis at this moment because it's a critical moment. If we didn't do this now, we'd have a real problem. I also want to thank my White House team for the work. They worked around the clock to bring the parties together. But today, we got more incredible news. Although the strength of the American economy it's about the strength of the American economy. New jobs report, as you all know, you've been reporting, created 250,000 jobs in September. The expectation was for 150,000 jobs in September, which has far exceeded that number. Not only the previous 2 months was the previous 2 months was revised up 75,000 jobs. And from the very beginning, we were told time and again that the policies we were pursuing, we'd put forward weren't going to work, make things worse, including some of the other team are still saying they're going to make things worse. But we've proven them wrong. You know, we've told our we were told our American rescue plan was too big and it would crowd out private investment. We proved them wrong.
Oh, my.
Vaccinated the nation and got immediate economic relief to people in need. When I came to office, determined to end trickle-down economics and grow the economy from the middle out and the bottom up. I know you're tired of hearing me say that over and over again, but that was the policy. That it remains the policy. Because when you do that, everyone does well. When the middle class grows, the nation's stronger. And the nation's stronger when there's a strong union movement as well. We were told it wouldn't work, but I was also determined to do what was ignored for much too long. presidents have been authorized since the 30s to be able to spend the money given by Congress to spend the money on hiring American workers and using American product where they were available. And that's what we did. We were told that was going to be a big problem. But all the money I was authorized to spend by the Congress has gone to gone to hiring American workers and using American products. We were told it wasn't going to be. We were told that was going to be a big problem, but it's working. We're also told that our historic laws to invest in America and all Americans would crowd out private sector investment. Well, that was proven wrong too. We've attracted nearly $1 trillion since we've come to office in private sector investment from domestic and foreign companies investing in America, and not this stuff of shipping jobs overseas for cheaper labor and bringing back a product to America. We're building it here and sending it overseas. And look at the results. Across the board, unemployment is down to 4.1%. And every month, in fact, that Vice President Harris and I have been in office, we've created jobs every single month. The nation has now created 16 million jobs since I've come to office, more jobs created in a single presidential term than any time in American history. Our GDP shows our economy grew at 10% under my administration. Unemployment reached the lowest level in 50 years. We're also told inflation couldn't come down without massive job losses or sending the economy into economic recession. Once again, outside experts were wrong. Inflation has come down. Wages have gone up faster than prices. Interest rates are down. Record 19 million new business applications have been filed for. The stock market continues to reach new heights. We've got more work to do, though. Keep getting prices down, like more affordable housing, extending what I've done for seniors and lowering prescription drug costs by letting Medicare negotiate the prices, make sure that's available to everyone. And by the way, what we've done so far, just when we brought down the prices for seniors under Medicare, it's saved the taxpayers billions of dollars. Billions of dollars. Saved the taxpayers billions of dollars. That's important to note, because they don't have to pay the exorbitant and irrational prices that these companies are charging. The simple fact is we've gone from economy in crisis to literally having the strongest economy in the world. And but we've got more work to do. We've got more work to do to deal with the things I've just mentioned, and we're going to have to deal with unforeseen cost of what this hurricane is going to cost. It's going to cost a lot of money. And I'm going to probably have to ask the Congress before we leave for more money to deal with some of those problems. But that remains to be seen. I'll take a few questions before I turn it over to you. Pick out people.
Okay. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Go ahead, Josh.
Thanks again for doing this, Mr. President. 2 questions. The first, Florida Senator Marco Rubio described today's jobs report as having fake numbers. What do you make of that, and how worried are you that many Americans are hearing that the jobs numbers aren't real?
Well, look, I'm going to be very careful here. If you notice, anything the MAGA Republicans don't like, they call fake. Anything. The job numbers are what the job numbers are. They're real. They're sincere. They're what we are. And by the way, just look at how the EU talks about us, how they like to have an economy like ours. Just talk about the rest of the world looks at us and what we're doing. So I don't want to get going.
And then secondly, could you clarify some of your comments yesterday with regard to strikes on Iranian oil facilities? What did you mean by them, given some of the reactions we're seeing in the market?
Well, look, the Israelis have not concluded what they're going to do in terms of a strike. That's under discussion. I think if I were in their shoes, I'd be thinking about other alternatives than striking oil fields.
Good, Wisha.
Thank you, Kareem. Thank you so much, Mr. President, for being here. This week, Senator Chris Murphy said it's certainly a possibility that the Israeli government is not going to sign any diplomatic agreement prior to the election, which is what you have been calling for so long, potentially to try to influence the result. Do you agree? Do you have any worries that Netanyahu may be trying to influence the election and that's why he has not agreed to a diplomatic solution?
No administration has helped Israel more than I have. None. 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 And I think Bibi should remember that. And whether he's trying to influence the election or not, I don't know, but I'm not counting on that.
You've said many times recently that you want to speak to him, that you plan to.
No, I didn't say plan to. I didn't say want to.
You don't want to?
No, I didn't say that. You're making it sound like I'm seeking and then speaking. I'm assuming when they make the judgment of how they're going to respond, we will then have a discussion.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President, for being here. What are you advising the Israelis to do in terms of their retaliation to Iran? And at this point, you still haven't spoken to Netanyahu. Is it fair to say that you have little personal influence over what he decides to do?
No. Look, our teams are in contact 12 hours a day. They're constantly in contact. I've already had my presidential daily brief. We've already had interface between our military, the diplomats. It's in constant contact. They are trying to figure out, it's the high holidays as well. They're not going to make a decision immediately. And so we're going to wait to see when they want to talk.
But over the past few months, they've consistently defied your administration's own advice. So do you believe that the Israelis are going to listen to the advice you're giving them?
What I know is the plan that I put together received the support of the UN Security Council, the vast majority of our allies around the world, as a way to bring this to an end. Look, the Israelis have every right to respond to the vicious attacks on them, not just from the Iranians, but from everyone from Hezbollah to Houthis. Anyway, and but the fact is that they have to be very much more careful about dealing with civilian casualties.
So how should they respond? You expressed concerns about attacks on Iranian oil facilities. How should they respond?
That's between me and them.
All right, we got to move on. Go ahead, Tam.
The election is a month away. One, I'd like to know how you're feeling about how this election is going. And then also, do you have confidence that it will be a free and fair election and that it will be peaceful?
Two separate questions.
Very much.
I'm confident it'll be free and fair. I don't know whether it'll be peaceful. The things that Trump has said and the things that he said last time out when he didn't like the outcome of the election were very dangerous. If you notice, I noticed that the vice presidential Republican candidate did not say he'd accept the outcome of the election. They haven't even accepted the outcome of the last election. So I'm concerned about what they're going to do.
Are you making any preparations, getting security briefings related to domestic security?
I always get those briefings.
All right, we got to move on. Go ahead, Keila, and then we have to do a couple more.
Hi, Mr. President. When are you considering imposing sanctions on Iran, and would you include oil in those sanctions?
That's under consideration right now, the whole thing. I'm not going to discuss that out loud.
And just on your comments yesterday on the port strike, you said, by the grace of God, it's going to hold. Is there any reason you think that this
Well, there's more to
temporary
do.
suspension?
In a month from now, there's more to do in terms of everything from the whole notion of mechanization of the ports and the like. There's more to resolve.
Go ahead, Daniel.
Thanks, Green. Thank you, Mr. President. Last night you said that there's still a lot to do to avoid an all-out war in the Middle East. I mean, firstly, aren't we pretty close to that definition already? And secondly, what can you really do to stop that happening?
There's a lot we are doing. The main thing we can do is try to rally the rest of the world and our allies into participating, like the French are in Lebanon and other places, to tamp this down. And but when you have proxies as irrational as Hezbollah and the Houthis, and it's a hard thing to determine.
Got to lose.
I gotta go, Kim.
Okay, I know. He's telling me I gotta go.
I said I'd take a couple questions.
All right, you're the last one.
I think she's increasing her credibility.
You have to take some more. Toulouse, you're going to be the last one.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you for spending some time here with us. There have obviously been a number of crises that the country has been facing over the past several days with the hurricane, with the port strike, with the situation in the Middle East. Can you talk about how your vice president, who is running for the presidency, has worked on these crises and what role she has played over the past several days?
Well, I'm in constant contact with her. She's aware we're singing from the same song sheet. She helped pass all the laws that are being employed now. She was a major player in everything we've done, including passage of legislation which we were told we could never pass. And so she's been, and her staff is interlocked with mine in terms of all the things we're doing.
Mr. President, did you ever think about insurance?
It's up to you, sir. Totally up to you, sir. All right, go ahead. Yeah, Nandita, sir, no, sir. I didn't call on you, sir. I didn't call on you, Nandita.
Thank you.
Nandita, go, Nandita.
Mr. President.
Pope Francis calling for a day of prayer and fasting.
Prayer and fasting this Monday, October 7th. Your reaction, sir?
I will pray and fast.
Okay, that's acceptable to you in terms of Israel's response. How long are you okay with Israel bombing Lebanon? What is acceptable to you?
All right, guys, that's it. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
On Ukraine, have you made a decision on long-range weapons?
Do you want to reconsider dropping out of the race?
Bro, how did we get here? Hey. Bro, how did we get here? What? Man, double tap your screen, subscribe to the channel, bro. Hey.
I'm back in.
What made you want to come here today, Mr. President?
All right, everybody.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Please come back. Thank you. Can we do that again? Yeah.
No. You heard I was already told that.
So that's why we were late.
I mean, are we always on time? I could call myself out for that. All right, everybody. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. President. Okay, so this week the United States has faced a number of competing challenges, from tensions in the Middle East to a port strike that threatened our nation's supply chains to a historic hurricane that washed away entire communities. Moments like these underscore the importance of American leadership and resolve, and they show what is possible when we come together. Under the leadership of President Biden and Vice President Harris, we were able to successfully protect our allies, ensure the viability of critical supplies, stand up for good-paying union jobs, and get resources to people impacted by the storm in North Carolina and beyond. In the Middle East, the president showed that our ironclad support for Israelis' security is not just a talking point, it saves lives. Prior to Iran's attack on Israel, the president convened his national security team in the Situation Room to monitor developments in real time, ensure we were prepared to assist in Israelis' defense and protect U.S. personnel in the region. Under the president's leadership, the United States successfully defended Israel from Iran's missiles, standing shoulder to shoulder with the people of Israel. On the home front, the president and his team brought union workers, ocean carriers, and port operators to the table to successfully resolve a strike that threatened U.S. supply chains and the economic progress this president has made to lower prices for the American people. And in the southeast United States, the administration pre-positioned 15,000 federal personnel along with critical resources like food, water, and fuel to ensure that communities in the path of Hurricane Helene were prepared ahead of the storm. Now we are getting more resources into the hardest hit communities every day, and we have provided over $45 million directly to individuals and families to help them recover. And a wide range of bipartisan officials, including the governors of every affected state, are working together with us and have praised the federal response. These responses underscore why leadership matters, The president's leadership in this moment helps to save lives, protect critical alliances, and ensure that our economy remains strong. But more importantly, it proves that nothing is beyond America's capacity when we do it together. And really quickly, because I know you all asked for this, this is the week ahead. Next week, the president will travel to Milwaukee, Wisconsin to discuss his administration's work to replace lead pipes in the state and across the country through the bipartisan infrastructure law. This law is investing historic resources into our communities and creating good-paying jobs. The president will also be traveling to Philadelphia for a campaign engagement. He will also travel to Germany and Angola to underscore the enduring strength and importance of two strategic bilateral relationships in addressing a comprehensive range of global challenges. The value of strong alliances and partnerships in the defense of freedom and democracy has never resonated more in Europe, Africa, and beyond. President Biden has made revitalizing our international alliances and partnerships a key priority, recognizing that today's challenges require global perspectives and shared responses. Those are the details I am able to share with for now, but certainly we will have more in the upcoming days. And finally, we have Lael Brainard, our National Economic Advisor to the President. She's going to provide more information on how the President helped reopen our ports, as well as the strong job market economy report that we saw today, showing that more than 250,000 jobs this September under the President Biden.
Well, thanks, Corinne, and it's good to see everybody today. It is a good day for American workers and families. We saw more than 250,000 new jobs created in the month of September. We saw unemployment back down to 4.1% at a time when inflation is back down to pre-pandemic levels. The East Coast and Gulf ports are opening back up, and dock workers are getting back to work on the basis of a strong tentative agreement on wages and a contract extension between the International Longshoremen's Association and the United States Maritime Alliance. Just a week ago, the negotiation had totally stalled out. The union and employers had not spoken to each other for months. The last time a wage offer had been put on the table was in the middle of 2023. The president and the vice president directed us to get the parties back to the table to reach a good deal. We worked around the clock to help them find common ground. And the president was clear throughout that process on three things. We needed to get the union and the employers back to the table on the basis of a strong progress on wages, so nothing would get in the way of hurricane recovery. Taft-Hartley was off the table because collective bargaining works, and workers should share in the large profits of the ocean carriers, particularly after those dock workers sacrificed so much to keep goods moving for the American public during the pandemic. And as a result of the hard work that I undertook along with Secretary Buttigieg, Secretary Sue, a number of people in the White House, we are seeing dock workers get a fair share of the industry's record returns. We're seeing ports opening so consumers and businesses can get what they need, and we don't expect to see any effects on our economy or for consumers, businesses, and farmers because we have strong supply chains that we built in the wake of the pandemic. The president and the vice president have consistently supported the collective bargaining process. When employers and workers come to the table, they find a good outcome. That's a vastly different approach from previous administrations that might have busted unions and rolled back worker protections. And finally, I would simply say that the data that we're seeing, the data we saw last week, confirms that our economy is delivering for workers.
All right, that'll take a couple of questions. Go ahead, Sally.
Thank you so much for being here. Would you say at this point that the U.S. has achieved a soft landing? And if not, at what point will we be there?
Yeah, I would say that, look, we have seen unemployment, the lowest average unemployment rate of any administration in 50 years, and we have seen inflation come back down to pre-pandemic levels. That is exactly the kind of growth that you would want to see. Growth has actually been revised up. It's been above 3% over the last year. And we're continuing to see very resilient consumers. So yes, that's exactly the kind of Goldilocks results that you would want to see.
Good, Judge.
Thanks again for doing this. If I can ask about an otherwise strong jobs report, you still had manufacturing employment dip by 7,000. What do you think is happening in the manufacturing sector right now? Is this a response to higher rates, or are you seeing something else going on?
Yeah, so I think if you look more broadly across the administration, you have seen manufacturing jobs growing by more than 700,000. In contrast to the previous administration that actually saw manufacturing job losses even before the pandemic. And I think the right way to think about this, because we have so much new investment dollars from the Investing in America agenda, the right way to think about it is to look at construction and manufacturing jobs together. And there, what we've seen is continued growth. That construction workforce is hard at work with factory construction that is multiples of the previous administrations. That construction of factories is going to turn into the manufacturing jobs of the future. So we see that investment in today's economy, whether it be in chip manufacturing or clean energy, that's going to result in tomorrow's manufacturing jobs.
Thank you, Cory. Just after the last Fed rate cut, do you think the administration has won its fight against inflation?
So I would say if you look at the data on inflation, it is now back down to pre-pandemic levels. Don't forget, nobody said that could happen with a strong labor market. I think people just really need to go back and see some of the predictions. Nobody thought we could have the strongest recovery in our peer economies, strongest on jobs, strongest on growth, and get inflation down as fast as we did. And so that just shows that the president's investments and the focus on supply chains has really worked.
And just to follow up on the consumer confidence numbers, I mean, there was, upward revision in August, but now it's down in September. I'm just sort of wondering if you can comment on that.
Yeah, so I think the most recent Michigan sentiment numbers actually are showing strength. And, if you look at what consumers are talking about, they're talking about good jobs, good job opportunities, and we've seen a lot of people moving into new sectors with better wages. And there is now a lot more confidence that interest rates are coming down, inflation is down, and that's going to enable consumers to feel more confident about investing in some of those bigger ticket items.
All right, just a couple more.
Thank you. On the jobs report, the data also showed that the employment picture in July and August was also brighter than previously thought. For Americans who are concerned about the rate that they may pay on their mortgage or their car that they might buy, what do you see?
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for tuning in one more time. You know what time it is. Double tap your screen, subscribe to the channel. One thing I want to say is these people are so disconnected with the regular, everyday American people. So disconnected. You're driving in your convoy, flying in Air Force One, Air Force Two. You don't even know what the regular Americans are going through anymore. Talking about you creating jobs. Where, bro? People are struggling to pay rent, to buy food.
That doing to the path of interest rates going forward?
I think that we are now in a part of the recovery where inflation is back down, and that's really what is going to determine whether interest rates continue to fall. And market interest rates have remained low. Mortgage rates have come all the way down close to 6%. We anticipate, because inflation is back down, that will continue to show through to market rates.
And on the hurricane that ravaged the Southeast, what are your early indications of how that could impact economic growth and the jobs picture in November with so many in that region out of work?
Yeah, so we do think normally with a hurricane of this size, with the devastation that it has caused in many communities, that it will affect the employment statistics for that month. But what we know is that generally you see the economy overall bouncing back very quickly, and the growth numbers really becoming sort of strong pretty rapidly because of all that rebuilding activity that we are committed to.
Good, Jackie.
That was my on interest rates, yeah. How concerned are you right now about the instability in the Middle East and its impact on oil prices?
Yeah, so it is something that we track very closely. Obviously, prices at the pump right now, $3.18 on average. Not that I track it closely, but that is today's number, and below $3 in many states. We believe that global markets are well supplied. And continue to expect that in the U.S. we'll continue to see those low gas prices. And of course, we have really effective ways of addressing some of those geostrategic volatility. We've used it in the past. We have the capacity to use it again. So right now, markets are very well supplied, and we anticipate them to remain so.
All right, last question. Nope, Jared?
I'll go ahead.
No, I can go to Garen, too.
A federal judge in Missouri issued an injunction blocking the president's student loan program hours after a judge in Georgia allowed it to advance. What is the White House's message to this dizzying legal battle, and that was lifted up as an economic policy, to particularly closing the racial wealth gap? And what is your message to Black and Brown Americans who are really relying on this relief?
Yeah, so student loan debt relief is so important for so many young people who are trying to build wealth, particularly for people who are first generation, to be able to invest in small businesses, to invest in starting a family, to invest in a house for the first time. So we are going to continue to work to deliver that debt relief to so many students who deserve it. I do want to say that we have 5 million Americans who have already received debt relief, and you can go on TikTok and other social media platforms and see their testimonials, what a difference it makes in their lives. And that is why the president, vice president, going to continue working so hard to deliver.
Thank you so much, Leo. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Can you address food insecurity? The numbers are rising according to the USDA. Food insecurity numbers? Maybe Corinne, if you could address.
No, not right now. I'm not talking to you, sir.
Okay.
I'm just not. It'd be nice if you would be less disrespectful in the room.
All right, just asking questions.
Inappropriately. Okay, go ahead, Josh. I don't know if maybe you guys are done with me. Maybe I can walk out. You guys got all the best. You guys got all the best. Go ahead, Josh.
So we were to zoom out.
Yeah.
President Biden came in here today.
Yeah.
He's going to be with Pennsylvania Senator Bob Casey this week. Then he goes to Germany and Angola. He said he's singing from the same song sheet as Vice President Kamala Harris on the campaign. How does he see his public role in the next few weeks as we get closer to the election? What's he trying to achieve, and how's he thinking about it?
I think he's doing his job as president, right? I think that's the most important thing. I mean, I started off at the top, at least at this part of the program, where I said that we've had 3 major events happen this week. And what did the president do? What did the vice president do? They worked shoulder and shoulder to deal with these major events. Now we see a deal with the port, a negotiated deal with the ports. Obviously, that collective bargaining is extended until January 15th, which is incredibly important, especially in the midst of a hurricane that we saw, this historic hurricane that we just saw, Hurricane Helene. We see what's happening in the Middle East. The president and the vice president continue to have diplomatic conversations, if you will, to de-escalate, to deal with what we're seeing in the region, and the hurricane. You saw the vice president in Georgia, the president in North Carolina, South Carolina, Georgia himself, and also in also in Florida, pardon me. And so I think what you're going to see is him continuing to do his job, working closely with the vice president. Look, before Hurricane Helene, President Biden was planning to campaign this week. And you heard me say he's going to go to Pennsylvania. He's going to go to Wisconsin next week. And so we have, you all have covered how much of a whirlwind week this has been. And so the president is going to be president. He's going to be commander in chief. And obviously he's going to be supporting his vice president. I can't speak specifically about the campaign because of we do respect the Hatch Act here, at least for myself as a federal employee and many of us here. And so, look, he's going to continue to do the work that he's doing. We saw strong jobs numbers. That's one of the reasons he came out. He came out because he wanted to talk about that. He wanted to talk about what we have seen this week. And so look, we're going to continue to doing the work, and I think that's what the American people want to see. Good, Celine.
Thanks, Corinne. So, former President Donald Trump threatened to revoke the legal status of Haitian migrants. What is the president's reaction to that? This is something that the former president had tried to do during his own administration.
Look, here's the fact. The fact is they're here legally, right? That is the fact. TPS?
And why is she saying he came out to talk about, like, he came out like, oh, great, he came out. That's his job, to come out and talk to the American people. Why is she saying it like he did something special? He came out. How did we get here, bro? Man, double tap your screen, subscribe to the channel, man.
That's what it gives you. And honestly, I wouldn't take legal advice from the former president. I don't know. That's not something I would do.
Okay. How concerned is the administration about the economic impact of Hurricane Helene?
Look, as you can see, we have been working around the clock. The president directed his team very early on to work around the clock to make sure that the states that were affected, the states that he's visited and the vice president has visited over the past couple of days, got everything that they need. And we did that by pre-positioning some of the personnel, about 1,500 federal personnel, to do that. What we are doing, we're going to make sure, obviously we're going to always monitor any of the economic impact, but we're going to continue to make sure that we are focused on life-saving and life-sustaining efforts. That's the focus that we're going to have here, and we're going to continue to monitor, but obviously reacting and providing the needs of the states right now, of citizens who are living in those states, is probably the most key and most important. And continue to call on Congress to move forward with additional funding. As you know, in the CR, there was a robust ask for funding, for disaster funding, and that didn't make it in the bipartisan CR. And so we got to get that done, and we're going to continue to have conversations with Congress.
I tried asking the president.
I've called on you like 3 times today. I know some folks in the back are just going to be like, yeah. So. I hear you, Kimberly. I hear you.
What is acceptable to the U.S. in terms of Israel's response, right? How long is the U.S. comfortable with Israel bombing Lebanon?
I know you guys are going to ask this question every which way, and I totally understand that. We are having conversations, discussions. We're in contact with the Israelis on what's next. We have been very clear there will be consequences. You saw the joint statement, the G7. There's going to be consequences. There's going to be sanctions. And I'm not going to preview those sanctions from here. But we have always said Israel has the right to defend itself. And you saw just on Tuesday night, and not just Tuesday night, in April, how much we are prepared to defend and protect Israel, because that is our ironclad commitment. I'm not going to get into diplomatic conversations in the public here.
And there was a report that quotes U.S. officials saying the White House wants to take advantage of the massive blow to Hezbollah's leadership and infrastructure to push for a new Lebanese president in the coming days. Can you comment on that?
I'm not going to comment on that. I'm not going to comment on sources or reporting out there. That is not something that I'm going to speak to, sourcing that I can't even verify from here. Okay.
Thank you. On the port strike, reaching a tentative agreement, the White House and several officials were involved in the 90-day extension of those talks. I'm wondering what the significance of that timeline is and whether the election being 5 weeks away played any role in it.
Look, this is about the right thing to do for workers. Many of those workers put their lives at risk during the pandemic. We have always said collective bargaining works. We believe it works. And we have seen parties reach a fair agreement when they come to the table and in good faith and do that collective bargaining. This is what's important. It was important to this president to get this done. This is not about an election. This is about what is the right thing to do for the American people. This is the right thing to do for workers, again, who deserve higher wages, who deserve benefits. And so the president is proud to have been able to do that. His team, obviously with his team, he directed his team to do this. And so now collective bargaining is going to continue, and we'll see where we are in the next couple of months. But this is not about politics for this president. And you have seen that in the last 3.5 years when we've been in these types of situations where there was negotiation, and we have been very, very clear: collective bargaining and supporting workers.
On congressional funding, you mentioned some of the items that were lacking in the short-term funding bill that Republicans had put forth. I'm wondering if the president has spoken with any members of the Big Four in Congress to bring those concerns to them directly.
So I don't have any conversations to speak to that the president has had with members of Congress. I mean, you saw him on the road. You saw him in a bipartisan way on the road in North Carolina, South Carolina, Georgia, and Florida. And you saw him with Republican congressional members and governors, and Republican and Democratic congressional members, and also governors. And you saw that bipartisanship. I'm certainly not going to get into any private conversations that they have had, but we will continue to speak to congressional leadership and members about getting that extra funding. It is important. They need to act. They need to act. Go ahead.
Hey, thanks, Corinne. Can you talk about how President Biden will be marking Monday's one-year anniversary of the October summit attack on Israel?
So obviously it's going to be a painful day for many, including for all of us here. And so we will have more to share on how we will be commemorating that devastating day that we saw a year ago. Don't have anything to share at this time.
And secondly, this was President Biden's first time, correct, to the press briefing room since he's. Why
and you're
not?
welcome. You're welcome. I know the where this question is going to go. It's going to be great. It's going to be great.
For a question, but that's all right. But real quick, why not? Why didn't he come in the 3.5 years before? Why?
I mean, he came today, and you got to see him, and you were here.
He had the opportunity.
Oh man, come on, come on. He was here. He took your questions, and he is every Friday. Friday with the POTUS. Friday with the POTUS. No, you guys got to bring the ice cream. You guys got to bring the ice cream. Okay, I'm going to do a couple more. Go ahead. I haven't called on you. Go ahead.
Thank you, Kevin. I want to go back to Haitians and the TPS, but first, it's another week of misery in Haiti. There was this report from the World Food Program describing acute hunger. What more can the U.S. do to improve the situation in Haiti? And if there's no improvement, is it conceivable that the TPS for Haitians will never be lifted?
So look, on your last question, I'll do that first. The last part of your question, I'll do that first. I can't predetermine what TPS status is going to be. It's not something that I can do from here. Obviously, as you know, that is a decision with DHS and the State Department. They decide the TPS and the best way to move forward. So I'm not going to get into hypothetical about that. But as it relates to Haiti more broadly and to the question of instability and what's happening, look, despite the instability that continues, the recent deployment, as you know, of MSS mission is a unique opportunity to build a foundation of security and bring hope to Haitians that deserve to live their lives free of violence. And so to that end, the United States has delivered well over $300 million to support the MSS mission while urging the international community to support that mission as well. The United States will continue to hold those undermining Haiti's institutions and committing serious human rights abuses accountable. That is our commitment. We are committed to doing our part both to address immediate security needs and invest in Haiti's long-term successes. We stand with the people of Haiti and will continue supporting their aspirations of more security, certainly democratic and prosperous future. That is our commitment, and we'll continue to support the mission. Go ahead, Michael.
Thanks, Karina. It seems as if the president's spoken with pretty much every governor in the affected...
He has, that was affected in the region.
But has he spoken with Governor DeSantis of Florida?
Touche, good point. Touche. And I think we read out that he spoke to the governor of Tennessee on our way back from our trip to Florida and Georgia yesterday. I don't have a conversation to read out with the governor of Florida, but what I can say is that we have been in touch. Our team has been in touch with local officials on the ground. We are committed to providing what is needed in the state, obviously to those who were affected in the state, and our commitment is clear. The president has always said it doesn't matter if you're in a red state or a blue state. He's a president for all Americans, and that continues to be certainly his commitment. Go ahead. I know I'm getting pulled, but go ahead.
Thank you, Corinne. The president seemed to suggest that he is asking, or he seems to be suggesting that Israel should consider other alternatives rather than attacking Iranian oil facilities. But should Israel make such an attack, how is the administration preparing for an Iranian retaliation on the Strait of Hormuz that would disrupt oil supply and disrupt oil prices globally?
So also, as the president said, we continue to have these discussions. I'm not going to get into hypotheticals. About Israel's response to Tuesday night attacks. What I will say is that we understand that they are still determining what exactly they will do. That is something that we understand. I'm just not going to prejudge. I'm not going to get ahead of anything, and the discussions to continue.
So can we say that the administration is preparing for that possibility?
I'm just not going to I'm not going to speculate. They're still, I'm telling you, they're still haven't decided what their next steps are.
Thank you for tuning in one more time. So this is for Farmer Sam. Farmer Sam. It says, I'm so confused. Is this bottom video a loop? No, it's not a loop. We're watching the press secretary of the White House. So are you convinced it's not a loop now, bro? Thank you for tuning in, guys. All right. Let's get it.
Going to be. So that's what I'm saying to you. That's what we understand. I don't have anything else beyond
And
that.
on Angola, on the president's trip, Corinne, Amnesty International is criticizing the administration's, quote, silence on human rights violations in Angola ahead of the president's visit, calling out the administration's focus on private sector investment to counter China. This is obviously in reference to the Libido corridor. Can you give us a response?
Look, I mean, we get this type of question about human rights violations anytime he travels, and if that's going to come up. The president, as you know, has never shied away from direct conversation about human rights and democracy. In any conversation. And I could expect that he will do the same in this upcoming trip. And so I don't have anything beyond that. But the president has never shied away from that, never shied away. Okay.
Thank you, Karine. Does the administration have any concerns about how the aftermath of this storm could impact the vote? Whether it's talking to the Postal Service about mail-in ballots that may not be getting to people, or impacting the infrastructure in these critical states?
So look, we are using every available resources to help this community respond. That's what we're going to do and recover from this disaster. That is our commitment. That's what you've heard from this president. That's what you heard from the FEMA administrator and so many others in the president's administration. And certainly that means ensuring that Americans' voices are heard this November. And so that is our commitment. We want to make sure that people's voices are heard. And so any specifics on where the infrastructure is and what that looks like, certainly I would have to refer you to the state election officials on those, and cybersecurity and infrastructure and all of those pieces on what that looks like for them. But
Have any
But
of the states voiced concerns to the
I
administration? yet?
cannot speak to that. I have not heard of that. But look, our commitment, again, is to make sure that the resources available so that community can respond to recovery and also get back on their feet and deal with this disaster. We want to make sure that Americans' voices are heard this November. That is important. And so, but certainly that is something that state elected officials can speak to more directly. But we're going to try and make sure they get back on the feet. I know I haven't called any yet.
Thank you.
Former President Trump is accusing the Biden administration of using FEMA funding to support undocumented migrants. How is the White
I
House
don't even
responding?
know what she's
I mean, it's just categorically false. It is not true. It is a false statement. And look, the fact of the matter is, I think Washington Post fact checker did a piece, and the headline recently, just moments ago, not too long ago, and the headline was, "No, Biden did not take FEMA relief money to use on migrants, but Trump did." I'll leave it there.
Follow on from that.
Yep.
Secretary Mayorkas had said earlier this week that he was concerned that FEMA didn't have enough funding until the end for the rest of the hurricane season. Now that President Biden has seen the damage firsthand in the Carolinas, Florida, Georgia, heard him say at the podium he may have to call Congress back from recess. What exactly is he waiting for to be able to make that call?
Look, here's the thing. We put forth a pretty substantial, robust, I mentioned this moments ago, to be part of the CR. We were disappointed that it was not part of the CR.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, oh man, this is why I play both parties for you to listen to. This is total BS, bro. Straight up total BS. All right, so the legendary 45th president of the United States actually was in Evans, Georgia, about 11 hours ago. Yeah, we gonna stop this right here because I don't even know what she's talking about.
And our hearts are still heavy from that tragic event that they experienced and described to us, but also for what they had to endure. There was also a lady trapped in her car for 3 or 4 days, another trapped in her home for the same amount of time. Thankfully, they were rescued by some of our finest. But we've heard of many other horrific stories like this. And all in all, Georgians, we have lost 33 of our fellow citizens as a direct result of Hurricane Helene. But I'm here to tell you, in spite of such tragedy and heartbreak, in spite of the pain that we've seen, there are many stories of hope and perseverance. Over the course of this past week, Marty and I traveled to Valdosta and Augusta and many communities in between. We spent time with linemen from all over the country who came to Georgia to help those in need and get their power back on. We prayed with grieving people and had the honor of shaking hands of those who have worked without sleep, hardly taking any breaks, and without slowing down to get those trapped in homes free. They were feeding those without food and getting housing for those that no longer had a home. In Glasscock County, just up the road, we spent time with the sheriff and his family, all of whom were working around the clock. In Johnson County, not far from here, there's a small church that's serving as a miracle for their community. That congregation did not even exist a few months ago, but this past week they were feeding 400 to 600 people a day. In Sandersville, a pastor prayed for us and commented on the beautiful message on Marty's shirt that she wore for several days in Valdosta, when we were in Valdosta, and read letters that spelled out simply pray. That's a message we all need right now. And I ask that all of you join our family in continuing to pray for those devastated by Hurricane Helene. On Tuesday night, we met linemen in a small Mexican restaurant who came from literally hundreds and hundreds of miles away, from New Jersey, Massachusetts, Chicago, and other places. I joked with the guy from Massachusetts, we normally don't let y'all come down here to Georgia. But I told him how much we were glad to have him, and we appreciated the work that they were doing. The next morning, we tried to go see a bunch of linemen that were having breakfast at one of the tent cities they had set up at a staging site that had over 500 trucks and over 1,000 people. We got out of the car at 6:30 a.m. before the sun was even up, and most of these hard-working people had already eaten breakfast and were walking out to go crank their truck to start working to get people's power back up whom they've never met. Those same linemen were going to keep working well into the night. That is the kind of response that we have seen after this crisis from Georgians and from people far beyond in this state. Resilience and hope have been on full display everywhere we've gone, including right here in Columbia County. We're grateful for those incredible people all over this state, but we're also mindful that every moment of every day since this storm passed, of the loss of life and the devastation that it brought. We knew it was going to be bad, which is why we prepared early, just like they did here in Columbia County. I declared a state of emergency 2 days ahead of the storm, which gave us time to mobilize and prepare for the worst. And I'm so glad that we did, because it impacted literally every part of our state. Many communities have been scarred with major infrastructure damage, and at one point, at least 1.3 million power meters were not functional, and many more Georgians were without power. That number, incredibly, is down to 225,000 as we speak. In Atlanta, we saw record rainfall with 11.12 inches of rain in a 48-hour period. The previous state record goes back to 1886, when we had 9.6 inches. As many people around the country know, we are in an agricultural state, with agriculture serving as our #1 industry. Hurricane Helene has wiped out much of this year's crop across the board. Our Agriculture Commissioner, Tyler Harper, couldn't be here today, but he wanted me to pass along a few highlights of this devastation. 35% of our cotton crop is a total loss. 10 to 30% of the peanut crop is lost. 14 dairies across the state are still without power. There was 22 total from the start. Over 222 poultry houses have been destroyed, with hundreds of others damaged and some loss of operations for the entire farm. There's extensive infrastructure damage and loss of livestock facilities. And as I told the President earlier, approximately 4 million acres of timberland has been impacted, and 48,000 acres of pecans have been damaged or destroyed as a result of this storm. I want everyone in this state to know that we are with you during these difficult times, and we aren't going anywhere. We are putting every possible state resource we have at response and recovery, and I've taken several executive authority steps to try to bring relief as quickly as we can. That includes activating and deploying roughly 2,000 Georgia Guardsmen, our citizen soldiers who are doing incredible work in the field. It includes suspending the gas tax for as long as we're under a state of emergency and waiving the penalty on the use of dyed diesel fuel in street vehicles. I want to thank the members of the General Assembly. I know we got some of them here with us today for supporting all of these measures. They are crucial partners in our overall response to this tragic event and have been tireless advocates for the Georgians they represent. And we'll continue to urge FEMA to add more impacted counties to the federal declaration list. We started with just 11, and after a call to both the White House and FEMA, they upped that number considerably, up to 44 or 45 counties as we speak. We're also being mindful of our neighbors who have come to our aid in times past. Yesterday, I authorized the Georgia Guard to send a Chinook helicopter and crew to North Carolina to help in ongoing search and rescue operations. What they're going through, what we're all going through, is a living nightmare, and we're going to continue to pull together as we go through this together. These are just a few of the actions that we've taken, but rest assured, we will not stop until everyone is recovered and made whole. Someone sent me a Bible verse earlier today, and I've been thinking a lot about this. It's Galatians 6:9, and it reads, "And let us not grow weary of doing good, for in due season we will reap if we do not give up. Those words epitomize where we are today and our commitment. We are not giving up. We are not going to leave until the job is done. I want to encourage all of our local officials and so many of their citizens that are working so hard on this recovery and helping and talking to people every day. Keep up that great work, keep the faith, and know that we will be with you till the end. It is my honor, and I want to thank President Trump for coming back to our state again for the second time to view storm damage and keep a national focus on our state as we recover. I hope you'll welcome the 45th President of the United States, Donald Trump. Mr. President.
Well, Brian, thank you very much. Your governor's doing a fantastic job, I will tell you that, and we're all with him and with everybody. We've just met a group of really wonderful patriots that are working very hard. They've done it before, but they told me they've never seen one like this, Brian. This is the worst they've seen, and some of them are looking back 25 years. That's a lot, but I want to thank the governor and everybody for having put out to the extent that they've had to, and it's really incredible. Some of the people that we met just now, Congressman Rick Allen, terrific.
Thank you for tuning into the live show. You know what time it is. Double tap your screen, subscribe to the channel. Let's get it. I am just absolutely glad that Brian Kemp, who is my governor, because I am in Georgia, and the 45th, who I consider to be one of the best president ever, to come together and I guess the beef they had for a better future. This is what I call unity. Come together for a better America. They've been going back and forth for a long time, and this is the first time in 4 years that they're actually being seen together. And this is a good sign. This is a good sign.
Person, Speaker of the Georgia House, John Burns, who's here, former Congressman Doug Collins. Where's Doug Collins? Is he around here? Doug Collins. What a nice guy he is. Oh, Doug, I haven't seen you in so long. You haven't changed. You look good. You look better, actually, if you want to. State Senator Max Burns, who's here, and District Attorney Barbie Christine. And we want to thank you, but we want to thank the people that are working so hard. And we're here in Evans, Georgia, to express our support, our love, and our prayers, and all of the communities, the suffering. It's not even believable when you look and you see the kind of suffering that's going on right now. But one of the biggest, I guess, question marks is the fact that there's so many people missing. I've never seen anything where so many, the numbers are so large of those that are missing, Governor, right? So that's something that hopefully they'll be found, and they'll be found very healthy, but it never looks great. It never looks great. Our hearts break for the more than 200 American families who have lost their lives already. Officially 200, and that number, unfortunately, is going to be going up. It's one of the deadliest storms in American history. More than 24 Georgians have died, including a 27-year-old mother and her two precious babies who lived not very far from McDuffie County. And father, a lot of people knew these people. They're great. As father and grandfather, I know that such sudden and tragic loss must be almost unbearable. Don't know how you can even take it. Loved ones all over your county, all over your state, and all over a lot of other states. You have Florida. Think of it. You have Virginia. You have South Carolina, you have Alabama, North Carolina maybe hit the worst. North Carolina is so bad. I want to thank Elon Musk, by the way, for his quick action with Starlink. He supplied a lot of equipment to the governor, to Georgia, and to North Carolina in particular, and he acted very, very quickly. They needed communication. There was no communication. The poles are down, the wires are down, and he acted really, really quickly. In fact, I called him, and I was getting thank you notices already from North Carolina and Georgia, and I wasn't off the phone with him, so I don't know what the hell I guess he's got some kind of a little special deal going. He works pretty fast, I'll tell you, but he's been great. And Larry Ellison made a very big contribution, and a friend of the governor's and mine is right here, Steve Witkoff, who also made a very big contribution. Steve, we appreciate it very much. Thank you. The homes and roads, as the governor told you, it's all being worked on. Everything's being worked on. And the good thing is when I just met a group, and now I met two groups, and now I'm meeting a third. And I will tell you that I have no doubt that whatever can be done is going to be done. It's going to take time. It's going to take a lot of effort, and it's a very heartbreaking situation. We're going to go to North Carolina now, and we're going to see some of our friends in North Carolina, some very good friends, and they have just been totally devastated. They've never seen anything like this. But I want to thank everybody for being here, and we have a big election coming up, and if I'm involved, I told the governor, if I'm involved, they're going to get the best treatment. They're going to get treatment like we did in the past. We had a big, the farmers got hit very hard, and I guess they got hit just as hard, or maybe, is this worse, or is this of equal? Probably worse. That was a bad one. But we worked 2 or 3 times together in big storms, but I don't think we've seen anything like this. But we got it taken care of in record time, and we will be very open and very committed to this state because it's a great state, and you have great leadership, and the governor, again, is doing a fantastic job.
All right, so this is another thing I wanted to say. Most people say Georgia has shifted red. They've become a red state. But the fact is, when I was in Conyers and I was in um, Midtown, I was in East Atlanta, bro. Every yard sign that I saw was Harris Walls. I'm not even gonna cap. I, I ain't gonna cap. Everybody there was Harris Walls yard sign. But the cars, though, the trucks, the cars was Trump. So I don't know, man.
Job. So thank everybody very much for being here. I appreciate it. And we may see you later, we may not, but we will be back. And whenever the governor needs us, we will be here. And thank you over there. That's a nice group of people. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. It's great. No. It's great. No, we work together. We've always worked together very well. Really well. It's top. Yes? Yeah, of course they are. It's been a terrible response from the White House. They're missing $1 billion that was used for another purpose, and nobody's seen anything like that. No, from that standpoint, it's been terrible. Say it? I'm not thinking about voters right now. I'm thinking about lives. And to be honest, it's much bigger than anything else. But we're thinking about lives, a lot of lives lost, a lot of people missing. And that's what I'd be focused on right now. No, it's not. It's inflation has devastated our economy. It's one of the big problems we have. And on jobs, we have the illegals have taken more jobs than anybody else. You have illegals coming in and they're taking the jobs. And when you look at the numbers from that standpoint, it's a shame. We have to get the jobs to the people that have lived here for a long time and that are great.
Also, guys, did you hear that FEMA was saying they might be running out of funding? Did you hear that? Oh, was I hearing wrong? I heard it. FEMA said they were running out of funding. I better not hear anything like that. Because they say they're giving $750. I haven't gotten my $750. I will be grateful. Thank you, Mr. President.
Great citizens of our country, but when you look at the job numbers, they just came out, and then you look at who's getting the jobs. and it's been very unfortunate from that standpoint. You have illegal, you have the migrants, you're reading about it. Now, a lot of the money that was supposed to go to Georgia and supposed to go to North Carolina and all of the others is going and has gone already. It's been gone for people that came into the country illegally, and nobody's ever seen anything like that. That's a shame. I don't know anything about what he said. I only can hope that it's going to be free and fair, and I think in this state it will be, and I hope in every state it will be, and I think we're going to do very well, but right now we're focused on this. We're not focused on the election.
Somebody just said if you truly believe in what you spew, you wouldn't want or take the $750. Why wouldn't I take the $750? Because I am voting for Trump, and I feel like, do I believe the $750 is adequate or enough for people who lost uh, like cars, home? Do I think it's enough? Do I think I stayed at an Airbnb for 7 days? I paid more than $750, bro. I mean, it's just facts. I paid more than $750. I paid for food, drinks, took my family out. We enjoyed ourselves because I just used it as like a little small vacation for my family because there was no hot water, there was no electricity here for 7 days. We got power now, but we don't have internet. So I'm using my phone's connection hotspot. So why wouldn't I take the $750? I'm gonna take the $750, bro. But do I think if this man was in power right now, do I think he's gonna do $750? Everybody knows $750 ain't gonna be falling from Trump. Minimum, this man is gonna do it like 2,500. Minimum, bro. Because we know what Kobe will. Oh, shouldn't be talking about that. Sorry to YouTube. Sorry to YouTube. Yeah, because YouTube said my content is harming y'all. So YouTube, that was a yeah.
Well, I won it easily in 2016. We actually were very close last time, and right now the recent poll came up, we're up 7. So I think we're pretty far up, and we seem to be going up, and she seems to be going down, so I hope we're going to keep it that way. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, we just heard the legendary, the 45th. Some people say is the 47th. Somebody just said, well, you decided to leave there. This is called a natural disaster. It's not like it was planned. Okay. I live in Georgia. I don't even live in like Florida or like, so what do you mean by you decided to leave there? That's not even like, doesn't make any sense, but I'll let you say what you say because, it is what it is. Um, all right, let's see what the U.S. dock workers are talking about. All right, let's see what the U.S. dock workers are talking about.
Let me bring in Ohio Congressman Michael Rulli, a member of the House Judiciary, Education, and Workforce Committees. Congressman Rulli, it's good to see you. Thank you very much for being here. I know you used to help run the Rulli Brothers Market, a multi-location Italian gourmet market in Ohio. It's been in your family for over 100 years. I love that story. I want to get your take on how a deal, if not reached by January, impacts your family business, other family business, because this is now, very touch and go until January 15th, and they're trying to hammer out a deal right now. How will that affect grocers and grocery prices, in your view?
Well, the first thing it's going to affect for me is bananas. Our little niche is that we have bananas every day for 39 cents. So that's one of the main ports it comes through. So we have a lot of concern about the produce that's coming from South America.
Oh, ladies and gentlemen, I didn't even see this coming from this person. He says the government shouldn't be giving handouts. It's how we are here. So he's talking to me because I am a legal immigrant. I became a United States citizen like 4 years ago. So he's telling me like this is not how we are here. Well, let me tell you how you are here. You give illegals money and housing, and you leave your vets on the streets. Am I wrong, bro? You give $750 to people who lost their homes, families, and send billions to Ukraine, every other place. Am I wrong? Just correct me if I'm wrong, bro. Because you are the American. I am a visitor that just became a citizen. You're trying to tell me how you are. So, am I wrong? YouTube, once again, because you say I'm hurting people with my content. So, thank you for the platform. I'm just being factual.
That'll be coming from the ports. The 62% increase, I don't think is the real issue here. I think the automation of the industry, in particular that port, they kicked it down the road just like we did the CR. So you're going to see in late December and early January a lot of topics for your show to be talking about.
Well, look, Congressman, you just saw that clip where we asked the port workers if they support Kamala Harris. And the reason that I asked that is because throughout this strike for the last couple of days, Kamala Harris has been tweeting about how the longshoremen unions deserve fair wages, and she's not going to get involved. She supports them picketing, and so when she said that, one might assume that they're all aligned, that the unions support Kamala Harris, and she's telling us how they deserve a fair wage. But in fact, you saw what happened. Not one person raised their hand. So what it proved to me was her commentary on this whole thing was just politically expedient. She just said, okay, well, let me just insert myself here and say that the workers, deserve a fair shake. Meanwhile, she was just wanting their votes. I mean, they never said they supported her. Not one hand went up. So your thoughts on the unions and where the support is with 30 days before this election?
Well, it's like deja vu for me. Back in 2016, I was on the Rush Limbaugh show. I was on the meat counter at Christmas, and I had like 6 of the biggest UAW workers you could imagine with UAW sweatshirts on, but they had MAGA hats on. And I think even now it's a little bit more on steroids, because the question that J.D. Vance brought up the other day in the debate also holds true. Are you better off than you were 4 years ago? It's a simple question. It's a question that we're going to win on, because all Americans are worse off today under the Harris administration than we were 4 years ago.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought up the debate, because Democrat vice presidential candidate Tim Walz was forced to correct the record on his claim that he was in China during the deadly Tiananmen Square protests at the vice presidential debate. Watch this.
Governor Walz, you said you were in Hong Kong during the deadly Tiananmen Square protests in the spring of 1989. But Minnesota Public Radio and other media outlets are reporting that you actually didn't travel to Asia until August of that year. Can you explain that discrepancy?
I got the opportunity in the summer of '89 to travel to China. 35 years ago, be able to do that. I came back home and then started a program to take young people there. I will be the first to tell you, I have poured my heart into my community. I've tried to do the best I can, but I've not been perfect, and I'm a knucklehead at times.
The question was, can you explain the discrepancy?
All I said on this was I got there that summer and misspoke on this, so I will just, that's what I've said.
So, Congressman, he said he misspoke. He says he's a knucklehead. Okay. He previously said he's been to China about 30 times, but now the Harris-Walz campaign is trying to walk that back, saying, no. He's only been to China closer to 15 times. Okay, so 15 times. Now, you're on this committee. I would like to know who paid for those 15 trips or 30 trips to China. Did the Communist Party of China pay for it? Because that does line up with what they like to do. By showering a potential candidate, showering potential political influencers with money and gifts. the way they did with so many others like Hunter Biden, Eric Swalwell, Dianne Feinstein had a Chinese driver for so many years. So do you know who paid for Walz's trips to China?
I know Chairman Jordan is very interested in this subject, and Swalwell actually sits on the committee with us. And it just seems strange that they continuously have these connections to China and that they're so intrigued by China. I think that's where the real concern, it's even more. You know, they want to sell him like he's the guy that you want to go have a beer with and he's your football coach. But there's a lot more to him than meets the eye. And we're going to put him under the microscope and we're going to see who actually paid for that.
All right. So you're going to ask him who paid for those trips then, because we would like to know. We would like to know if China paid for all these trips.
Absolutely.
There's a new House Judiciary Committee report, meanwhile, warning that the terrorist threat to the United States has skyrocketed under President Biden and Vice President Kamala Harris's dangerous border policy of open border.
This is my take, okay? I believe as the man of the house, my job is to provide and protect for my family. I got a 4-year-old daughter. My job is to make sure she's okay, she's provided for, she's well fed, she's rightly educated every single day. And what I do believe is, as the leader of a country, your job is to provide and protect your people. And somebody just said, well, you need to get insurance for this, for that. You can never buy a house without having home insurance. You could never buy a car without having car insurance in the United States. So everything you're saying doesn't even make any sense. But if my job as a leader is to provide for my people and protect my people, why would I leave my veterans on the street? Disabled veterans, why would I leave them on the street? If that's my job, to provide for them and to protect them. After serving the country, I would leave them on the street? Is that what a leader is supposed to do? And then put the illegals in an hotel? Shout out to everybody who is serving in the military or is a veteran. Thank you for your service. It's not easy. Thank you. So someone say you don't have to insure your car, and then the person say, well, somebody else says in the chat says, then you just can't drive. So who buys a car? You can't drive the car. So you buy a car to park it in your parking lot. You just try to make a point.
That more than 1.7 million illegal migrants officially believe they pose a potential national security threat, and that they've been encountered at the border under the Biden-Harris administration. How is this possible, Congressman? How is it possible that 1.7 million people were let into this country and they are actually on a list that pose a security threat? Okay, so far this year, there's been nearly 532,000 quote-unquote special interest alien encounters. That's compared to 98,000 in 2021. Special interest aliens include migrants from countries that are of special interest to the U.S., including Afghanistan, Iran, Iraq, China, North Korea. I guess we could make our own assessment as far as why those particular countries pose a special interest. Can you explain it?
You know, Maria, this is my #1 point of focus in going to Congress. We have a major problem with this border. Those numbers that you just talked about, those are just the people we know about. How about all the people we don't know about? You have terrorists all over this country. It was done by design to get votes for the Harris-Biden administration. And it is the biggest fear that every American should have. These people are in your neighborhoods. They're in your local department stores. They're at your schools. They're everywhere. And this was done by the Harris administration. Judiciary is going to not take our way.
unbelievable. This is probably the biggest misstep and failure of the Biden-Harris administration. Biggest misstep. Wide open border. Congressman Michael Rulli, thank you, sir.
Well, we've heard from Fox Business. Also, there was an interview by Kudlow today with President Donald J. Trump. Let's listen.
Hello, folks, and welcome of life from Hurricane Helene. Governor Brian Kemp of Georgia was going to be with Mr. Trump in Augusta, and tomorrow he is returning to Butler, Pennsylvania, at the scene of the attempted assassination back on July 13th. He and I had a very good long sit-down this morning, and we're going to play all of it for you. The first segment coming right up was about the jobs report, tariffs, and, of course, drill, baby, drill. Let's get right to it and take a listen, please. Roll tape. Mr. President, welcome back to the Kudlow Show. We appreciate it very much, sir.
Thank you very much, Larry.
I want to begin. Today's jobs numbers come out, and the top line was a very solid jobs report. Americans are working. But, you know, you look under the hood, it's the same stuff. I just want to read a couple things. Full-time jobs down almost 500,000. Part-time jobs up 800,000. Manufacturing jobs down again. 825,000 native-born jobs lost. 1.2 million foreign-born jobs gained. These are uncomfortable statistics. There's something wrong. There's something unbalanced about all these numbers and where the country's going.
Well, especially so since, as you see, and I guess you probably read one of the numbers where the illegal migrants that are coming into the country are getting the jobs. They're getting most of the jobs. And the citizens aren't getting the jobs. And the other thing that you don't know what to believe anymore, because 818,000 jobs 2 months ago was a fraud. They put in 818,000 extra jobs, and it got wiped out. They said they made a mistake. That wasn't a mistake. That was done on purpose. And it was supposed to come out, that number, the wipeout was supposed to be after the election. But you had a whistleblower that came out and announced that they defrauded the country. So you say, like, how does that happen? I've never heard of a thing. I've heard of they're off by 10,000, 15,000. They were off by 818,000 jobs. So when is that going to come out?
Yeah, well, it's probably be revised down. I mean, it's hard to know. We've never seen anything like it, as you point out.
You've never seen numbers like this the last 7 months.
Manufacturing jobs continue to decline, and the manufacturing ISM purchasing managers continues to decline. We haven't had any manufacturing jobs in 2 years. We're in a manufacturing slump, probably a manufacturing recession. Is this attributable, do you think, to Biden-Harris policies?
Yes. It's attributable to the fact that other countries are ripping us off, including Mexico, and a lot of them, China always, but Mexico's really doing a big number on us. We have companies moving down to Mexico. They're making product. They're selling it in, and nobody's talking to them. Nobody's speaking about it. Nobody's putting tariffs on them. If you put tariffs on those companies, you wouldn't have them leaving our country. They're leaving us, going to Mexico, right across the border, building a plant and selling things back into our country. You can't let them do that. That's what tariffs are for. You put tariffs on, they won't be doing that. And it's like not complicated. It's really simple.
So your plan, we're going to get to the tax hikes for Kamala Harris, but your plan, you will offer 15%, 21 to 15% business tax rate, which would be the lowest I think we've ever had in this country, and make us among the probably the lowest, or maybe the second lowest around the entire world. That's how competitive we'd be. But you got to produce it here. You've got to produce it here. Now, I think that would go a long way towards solving some of these various problems about foreign-born versus native-born manufacturing jobs and things of that sort. Tell me more about that vision. Tell me more what goes along with that.
So first of all, I brought it from 39 down to 21, okay? It was 39, which was way too high and not competitive, and we were doing very badly. I brought it down to 21. And interestingly, just before I get to the 15, at 21, we did much more business the following year than we did at 39. In other words, we took in more revenue with 21 than we did because it was like, that was after the tax cuts. They call them the Trump tax cuts, which were phenomenal. And everybody, just about everybody admits that. Now I'm going to take it from 21 to 15, but you have to make your product here. And I'm going to guard them because a part of it is, as per your first question, we have to guard our companies. Now they're going to have low taxes, low environmental costs, low energy, because I'm going to get the energy, drill, baby, drill. We're getting the energy way down. We'll have the lowest energy. We're going to have low environmental costs because we're going to move. Look, people are tied up for years on environmental. I'm going to do an expedited environmental review.
Permitting, quick permitting.
Permitting.
You had it once in the first term,
one of the
and
reasons,
then they undid it.
I mean, I was approving plants at levels that nobody's ever seen. We're talking about plants that normally wouldn't get done. But then if you do your product here, you go from 21 to 15. If you don't, you pay 21. 15 makes us the most competitive. There are some countries, but not like this. There are a few countries that are slightly less. But 15 makes us so competitive. Everyone's going to come rushing into our country, but we're going to protect them once they're here with tariffs so that if somebody wants to make their product outside of our country and sell it in, they have to pay a tariff, a substantial tariff, depending on, all different because it depends on the country. It depends on where they are, how they're doing. And like we have a case of India, which charges us massive, massive tariffs. You look at Harley-Davidson and companies that went to India because they didn't want to pay 150, 200%. Brazil charges us a lot. China, always China. And, I took in hundreds of billions of dollars from China. No president ever took in 10 cents, not even, and I mean it, 10 cents. We never took in any money. I took in hundreds of billions of dollars. And now China's totally out of control. We have a deficit with China now that I've never seen anything like it, what they're doing with China. But we have a deficit with the country. We will take it from a deficit. We'll knock that down. When you start charging people tariffs, our country was the richest when we were doing tariffs. That was the richest. This was in the 1880s and 90s. We were proportionately, if you go back to the day.
Thank you for tuning in one more time. You know what time it is. Double tap your screen, subscribe to the channel. Like I always say, and I say this with love, okay? I say this with love. If you do not pay bills, don't watch the streams because only people who pay bills know the difference in their pocketbook right now. Okay? So if you don't pay bills, kindly keep scrolling. I'll go back home to mommy.
And you look, our country was so rich, we didn't know what to do with all the money we had. They had committees, the Great Tariff Committee of 1887. This was a committee that was set up to, where do you give all this? What do you do with all the money?
William McKinley.
That was under McKinley.
He was the chairman of the House Ways and Means Committee.
Yeah.
The McKinley Tariff of 1890.
He was a big tariff
I read
man.
the whole biography. It was 600 pages.
Well, he made money, and Roosevelt spent it. So Roosevelt gets credit for being a great president. McKinley was actually a great president. He was assassinated. You know why he was assassinated? Because he was charging all these countries money, probably. Who the hell knows? But we were so rich. We had so much money. They had committees set up on what to do with all the money. Wouldn't that be nice if we had that now? Now we give it away and we don't have it.
If you make money on these tariffs, would you then allocate it to lower taxes?
Lower taxes and paying off debt.
Yeah. How about this?
And you will pay off a lot of debt.
What about this idea? Let's come back to the 15% corporate rate, which would be a phenomenal. I mean, you'd win the global race for capital. You'd win the global race.
Well, you have to, but you have to do other things.
Money would come pouring in here.
Yeah.
But you mentioned John Deere Company. It's a venerable, old, great American company.
Yeah.
But if they're going to move plants to Mexico and then try to sell stuff back to the U.S., sneak in under, for example, the USMCA tariff schedule, you would charge them a 200% tariff.
Or 100%.
All right,
enough.
100%.
I would charge them enough that it would no longer make sense to go to Mexico.
And so they wouldn't do it.
They moved a big operation to Mexico. And they come in and they don't have to pay almost pay very little tax. So they're going to make it in Mexico and they're going to sell it in here. And we get killed. All we do is lose jobs. And by the way, that's been happening for years. I stopped it during mine. Then we had to fix COVID. We had to work on the COVID situation. But we had the greatest economy in history. Companies were moving back in like nobody's ever seen. Everything was great.
So that's how
we had the greatest economy in history.
That's how you'd negotiate, though. That's the point I'm so driving at.
If I heard John Deere,
John Deere won't do it because you're threatening. I mean, you will jack up their tariffs, okay? They won't do it.
It wouldn't be a threat.
Now, to some extent,
in fact,
you're negotiating right now by saying this on the campaign trail. All right, you have an excellent chance of becoming president. They're getting the message. So this is where you will use tariffs to negotiate. Sometimes on trade, in this case, maybe on other things like remain in Mexico or perhaps China or perhaps other countries. I don't think people understand that. That's why I'm raising the question.
A tariff is a beautiful thing, but it's got a bad image. It needs you to fix the image. A tariff, we stop wars with tariffs. I mean, I had cases where I told a country they were being very aggressive with another country. It had nothing to do with us. I just don't like seeing dead people, okay? And they were going to go to war. And I said, if you go to war, and they do a lot of business with the United States, I'm putting 100% tariff on everything you do, any business you do with us. No, this has nothing to do. I said, it does have. I stopped a war. Will I get Nobel Prizes? Never. I mean, look what we did with the Abraham Accords, how good that was. But you can stop wars with tariffs. The word tariff, if properly used, not stupidly used, but we used them, and that was when our country was the richest. And, you know, a lot of people say, well, but you had the Depression in Well, the tariffs were put on in 1932. The Depression had long started. We went to the income tax system. We would be able to cut taxes for the people in this country and charge other countries for the use of our country, for the pillage of our country, for the taking of our jobs, because that's what they're doing. And nobody's protected our country. So when I say the 15%, and I had a lot of calls when I gave the speech and mentioned for the first time the 15, I had calls from the top analysts in the country, in the world, guys that are on your show, saying, where did you ever come up with that idea? Because the concept is 15, but you have to make your product here. Who gave you that idea? I said, I did. I gave me that idea. And they said, that idea is incredible. Because but you also have to protect that, because you have other countries, because they have no labor, no this, no that, that can come in and undercut you. And you know what they do, Larry? They undercut you. They drive your businesses out of business, and then they come in for a much higher number.
And you're still for reciprocity, the concept of reciprocity.
If somebody's charging us $100.
Oh my God. Trump says, I gave me that idea. Remember when he says, I am a stable genius? This man has said so many wild stuff. You gotta respect a man like that, bro.
We charge them 100. If China charges us on a car 100%, we charge them on a car 100%. Right. It's very simple. You know, I have a certain senator named Lindsey Graham, and he's not into this as much as he is other things. Yes. And he's a nice guy, good guy, and he's, you know, he cares. He loves the country. Even though he's a progressive, that's okay. These are minor details. But I said, so Lindsey, let's talk reciprocity. He talks about trade. He says, well, I'm not so much into trade. Tell me. I said, a country is charging us 100% tariff. We're going to charge them for a similar product 100% tariff. He goes, so they charge us, we charge them? You got my vote. You know, it's just simple. But we have guys, even in Congress, that for whatever reason, they don't want to do it. They actually say it's not fair trade. And I say, you're right, it's not fair trade, not fair trade for us. If we do this, we could become overnight a power again economically. We'll never be a power unless we do it. Unless we charge and unless we, because, you know, we've been giving foreign countries such benefits over the years. South Korea, we're basically paying for their military. You know, I had them paying billions of dollars. I went to them, I said, you're not paying anything. You got to pay. And I had them paying billions of dollars. And I hear Biden gave it up for whatever reason. But look at the advantage they have when you do that. We have been helping countries, we're still helping countries come back from the Second World War. We helped Korea come back from the Korean War. But we never did anything about it. In other words, we've been helping them for many, many decades. It's time we stop. They're a money machine. It's time we stop. And be fair, but it's time we stop. We are helping countries.
But you would work a deal out with
Yeah, work a deal. I can work a deal. I already did. I worked a deal, and then they gave it away.
You worked a deal out with
Biden
Japan
gave it away.
in term also.
Biden gave it away.
Yes.
They agreed to pay me billions of dollars. It was all done. They started paying. Then when he came in, they cut it. And I hear that they're paying nothing again. They were they happy? Were they thrilled? Would they say they like me as opposed to like a Biden where they can get ripped off? You know, I can't imagine they'd say they love me.
South Korea is still an ally of the United States.
Sure, it's an ally, but, you know, on trade, it's not an ally. Right. In trade, it's an enemy. It's an enemy. You know, some of the worst people we have in terms of trade are our allies. Japan is, you know, an ally, right? And I made a deal there with Abe, who's a great man who got executed, who got, I mean, just horrible what happened. He was assassinated, but he was great. He was a great leader, too. And because I liked him so much, I probably made a softer deal than I would have normally made. But Japan, you know, rips us. They all rip. Almost every country rips us, and I stopped it. Now, China's one, but, you know, it's not just China.
Policy in a second term.
No, you have to protect. First, the companies move in, but then you have to protect them, and you protect them with tariffs. And they either pay the tariff or they move a plant to the United. I want China to build plants for car plants, as an example. I want China to build car plants here, not in Mexico.
Yes. Well,
And it's very simple. I mean, it's amazing that it's not done. And people come to me and they say, wow, that makes sense. But you have congressmen and people that are against it. I said to one man, he's no longer in politics. He happened to be from Pennsylvania, happened to be a senator from Pennsylvania. I said, so let me get this straight. If China's charging us 100% tariff for the similar product, could I charge them 75? No. Why? It's not free trade. I said, okay, could I charge them 50%? They're charging. No, it's not. Could I charge them 25 or even 10%? No, I said, are you a stupid person or what's wrong with you? And he never ran for office again.
It becomes free trade.
Let me tell you, he never ran for office again.
I think theoretically, with reciprocity in trade negotiations,
everybody gives up and you go back to nothing.
Yes.
Okay.
I know people.
This is a guy that people said was smart. He never ran for office because I wouldn't give him an endorsement. Because I said, anybody that says that. So think of it. We're paying them 100%. We make them pay 100%. Two things, one of two things are going to happen. We'll either collect the money or they're going to say, let's not pay any. Let's just go back to basics, right? But there are a lot of cases where they're charging us a tremendous amount. We charge them nothing. They're making a fortune. And by the way, hence we have a $35 trillion. We can start cutting into that. We can have, we have a tremendous deficit in this country. We've had it for decades, right? But we have a tremendous deficit in this country. We can go to almost no deficit almost immediately.
Let's talk. You're right.
Larry, one thing. We've treated the world nice for a long time. We've been run by stupid people that allowed us to get into this situation. And it's about time these other countries play a little ball with us. And all I want is fairness. And if they're fair, we have something that you've never seen in this country till, I mean, literally the 1880s, the 1890s. But that was the time, you know, you hear about wealth, but we were giving a lot away for a long time. That was the time we were the richest. We were so rich. And it was all based on tariff. There was no income tax. It was all based on countries coming. And if you look at some of McKinley's words, he was very beautiful in the word, we will not allow the pillage of our country. And
I don't see anything wrong in a leader saying that I want to put my people, my country first. What is so bad about that? Because as the leader of my household, I put my daughter first, I put my wife first. I don't first before taking care of other people. So as a leader of the country, you should be focused on your people first. Yes, you can help other people, other countries, but you need to focus on your people first. Your people are the number one priority. All right. So, what do you guys think about Governor DeSantis? I feel like Governor DeSantis is another GOP star that would shine in 2028. And him, Vivek, JD, Tulsa, Tulsi Gabbard, at this point, RFK too. I feel like GOP has so many stars at this point. What do you think?
I want to bring in now a voice that we hear from during the storm, Ron DeSantis, Republican governor of Florida, where, of course, the effects of Hurricane Helene were hit first. His state took it first. And you're feeling it too, Governor. I want to start, though, and I have to, because it just seems surreal that the President of the United States would say that anyone is happy and that they have enough at this point, and that he was confused about which storm we mean. Your reaction?
Well, Harris, we obviously got the initial impacts of the storm. It was a Category 4 storm, but we prepared for it. We had tens of thousands of utility workers ready to go. We were able to facilitate 2.4 million power restorations in record time after a major hurricane. But we also, between state and local, conducted thousands of rescue missions as soon as the storm happened. So then we were in a situation where we got through Friday of last week, come in Saturday morning, and we didn't have a demand for rescue. But you saw in Western North Carolina, you saw people that were very desperate. So I authorized air assets, National Guard, State Guard, Highway Patrol to go into Western North Carolina. So it created this odd circumstance that you have people there in Western North Carolina. And look, we've got a lot of Floridians that go there over the summer, so it wasn't like a random spot on the map for us. That's an important part of our state people where they go. But you have a situation where the first people that they come in contact with is some state guard unit from Florida and not any of the federal assets. So the reality is I don't think the federal assets were marshaled very quickly at all. But the lesson that I think people should take from this is one we learned in Florida long ago. We don't rely on FEMA to do any of that type of activity. We rely on FEMA to basically be a bank account. There's federal programs in place. We get our people qualified for individual assistance, reimbursement for some of the debris. But we take the matters into our own hands for the preparation and the rescue and response. And I just think it's sad that this has come to it. But I've got a lot of people up there now working. They're bringing food in. They're taking people back to safety. It is a really, really dire situation up there in the mountains. And the people that have been up there before, and I've been up there a number of times since I've been governor, and it's beautiful, but it is rugged. And if roads start blowing out or failing, you can't reach some of these communities unless you're putting in air assets, which we have been willing to do.
And look, part of that beauty is because it is so inaccessible. It has preserved the nature there, and I've seen it. I lived in that state more than once in my lifetime, North Carolina in particular. It is. But where the president was, and I want, you've shown so much leadership, and your experience with the storm type of situation really shines. And you see Governor Brian Kemp of Georgia, and you see others. You're having to do a lot of this on your own. So when you hear the President of the United States say that he doesn't, first of all, know which storm we're talking about as journalists when we ask about it.
I love North Carolina. My wife is from North Carolina. She schooled in UNCG, Greensboro, and we stayed in Greensboro for a while, for like a year. Awesome state, awesome state. And I just hope everybody's safe. I hope everybody's safe. It's a sad, it's a sad thing, man. It's just a sad thing.
And then also that people are happy with what he's done. What is your reaction, Governor?
Well, I can tell you in Western North Carolina, the reports I'm getting, that's just not true. I mean, our guys are out there. People are desperate. They're very thankful that you have Florida assets that are there. I mean, we've got our Department of Transportation is up there. We brought 7,500 feet of temporary bridges. We're going to help repair bridges up there. Federal government's not doing any of that. But the reality is you just cannot, the federal bureaucracy, it's just not going to do the trick in these situations. And so we were able to do it. Interesting, Harris, in Florida. We conducted thousands of rescue missions as soon as the storm hit, a lot of it local, some joint, state and local, and other state. And all of those missions were successful. You know, we did have fatalities, but the people that were in dire straits that needed help, they got rescued and brought to safety.
And now you're able to help other states. I mean, and they really need it. I was on the radio with a station this morning for quite some time in North Carolina, and Governor, that it's grim. And they're finding their own way, not only to sustain, but to deal with the loss of life and to discover that on their own. I mean, it is heartbreaking. Look, this had a second layer until it seemed like late yesterday, and there was a collision point, again, with you at the center of it, unleashing the National Guard on a situation that really is the federal government's responsibility. A reprieve, at least for now. Dozens of ports during the port strike, which ended overnight, along the east and Gulf coasts, have reopened after the dock workers union reached a tentative deal to suspend its strike. That temporary agreement offers a 62% wage hike over 6 years. The two sides will still have until January 15th to reach a full deal. So I would imagine, Governor, if that doesn't happen, this gives you a little bit of time, and we need that cooling off period. Biden could have done that before, but we're not done with this yet.
Well, Harris, I did an executive order to declare a state of emergency with respect to the ports, because we can't have a situation where they are trying to cripple the economy and by extension cripple the ability of storm victims to be able to have the supplies that they need to be able to rebuild their homes and get back on their feet. So I authorized National Guard to be at our ports. They would have received cargo. They would have done whatever is necessary. I'm glad that subsequent to that they've decided that this was not a good idea to continue on this work stoppage. But we're going to be ready in January because, yes, we're going to get a lot of stuff done between now and then with respect to the storm. There's going to be a lot more that needs to be done. And I don't think you want to put those folks and make them pay the price because of a lack of leadership in Washington. So we were ready to do what needed to be done now. Fortunately, we're not going to have to do that in the short term, but we'll be ready in January as well. We are going to get the things to the people that need them. That should be true in Florida, Georgia, North Carolina, and all across the United States.
Tennessee, Virginia, South Carolina, so much. Governor, thank you for joining me in Focus today. And as you point out, Biden will still be in office until January 20th. So when this cooks back up potentially and they have to quiet this port strike deal permanently, hopefully, or what could look like permanence, yeah, the current administration will still have it for a few days. Governor Ron DeSantis, bless you and the states that you're helping, and of course, Florida. Thank you.
Hey, everyone.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for tuning in one more time. You know what time it is. Double tap your screen, subscribe to the channel. We have come to the end of the live show, or you guys want to see something else? If you want to see something else, put it in the chat. If not, this will be the end of the live stream. You've heard from the 45th. Some people say he might be the 47th. You've heard from the Vice President of the United States. You've also heard from the POTUS. You've heard from the Press Secretary. You've heard from Governor DeSantis, who I really believe he's going to be a big star in the GOP party in 2028. If not 2028, probably 2032. But he is going to be a big, 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 big star in the GOP party. Him, Vivek, JD Vance for sure, of course. Tulsi Gabbard. You got to watch out for Tulsi Gabbard. Also, Elon Musk. Elon Musk, bro. Elon Musk may be something to really watch out for in this political recent times. All right. Slim Thick J Savage, thank you for tuning in one more time. She's been watching or he's been watching. Thank you, thank you, thank you. All right, everybody, thank you for tuning in. Nia Book Truck, the moderator right there. Thank you, Nia Book Truck. Has been a wonderful guy. God bless you, Nia Book Truck. All right, instead of looking for perfection, seek for consistency. Instead of looking for perfection every single way or corner, in any way, drop that. Seek for consistency because you can never be perfect, but you can be consistent. All right. Stay safe. God bless you. No matter what you're going through, God got you. All right. People are living paycheck to paycheck. People are looking for where the next meal is going to come from. Some people are almost about to be homeless. But I pray for you, bro. God got you. God got you, bro. God got you. Never give up on yourself. Never give up. Never give up on God. And never give up on your dreams. All right. God bless you. 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 Thank you. It is your boy Genesis. Thank you for tuning in. Your boy Genesis is signing out.